What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Yo, 5 consecutive streams. Thank you very much, Ham. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Oshik, Ryan, Woolbed. How's everyone doing? I apologize that I skipped yesterday's stream. My sleep schedule was in shambles. It was kind of like, the problem was that it was like opposite to the stream time for a minute there, so it was like I was up all night and then finally starting to get tired around the time when we start stream usually, and so I was pretty it was pretty bad, but it's fine. I think I've been able to kind of flip it around, so, but yeah, anyways. We're gonna get a bunch of stuff done today. We're gonna grab it and squeeze the content. So it's fine. But yeah, I want to add in like fishing lures today. We're gonna start going crazy with new content. I know we've been spending a lot of these streams like really, you know, focusing on like bug fixing and all the little polish stuff, and like that stuff's good, of course. But that was all for Next Fest, you know, and now the Next Fest is pretty much over. We're done. We're not doing any bug fixing. No. Screw that. It's time for new stuff, guys. Fishing lures, new regions, more research, ascension, new aquariums, large tank shop expansions. Now's the chance, now's the time. So yeah, we're gonna try and get as much stuff done as we possibly can before release time. Also achievements. We're gonna be adding in achievements as well. So let me add that onto my list. I've got this Road to 1.0 list right here. So these are some of the things that I'd really like to do before the 17th next month, which is not that far away, so I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get all of this stuff done, but my minimum is at least 2 more zones. Obviously more ascension research and upgrades. And then hopefully larger aquarium and lures, maybe even baits, and definitely achievements, I think. Oh yeah, you said you were working on Metroidvania? Yeah. I started yesterday. Yeah, I'm down to see what you got going on. So just let me know if you send that somewhere or something. All right. Let's frickin' grind this stuff out, guys. Boom. New table. Upgrade table. Lures table. Right? We're gonna have lures now. And I need to know what kind of lures we have. Boom. Lures table. Set the script. Here we go. Lures table. Get rid of all this crap that I don't care about. And we're gonna decide what lures do what. So here we go. Li, lure. We need lures and lured in, I know. It's a requirement. You can't get lured in if there's no lures, so that's why we're doing it. So there's a lot of different things we can do with lures. The idea behind them is it's kind of like a way to better control what kind of fish you end up getting. So there's a lot of different kinds that we could do, honestly. One game that has lures that I think we could kind of take some inspiration from is web fishing. And it's basically, I want to do something similar to this because I think it's just a good system. Where like all these lures do like different things. We're gonna try and do different ones, obviously, but I think this is just like a good like model to go off of. So basically lures are sort of like a way for players to, yeah, like control the odds a little bit more of their fishing. So I really like the lures in here of stuff like, there's like the large lure or whatever right here, where it's like higher chance of catching bigger fish, right? I think stuff like that is cool. Where it's just like you can change what you're catching a little bit. So that's what I want to do. And there's so many different ones in here. That, you know, and this is all just web fishing. We can come up with some that make more sense in the context of our game, obviously. Check DMs and tell me if you like it. Yeah, I can take a look. Let me see what you got going on. Ooh. Very neat. Yeah. I'm liking the vibe you got going on here. I've always liked this style, just like this super flat, like the details in the background look really nice. They're all like the proper resolution and stuff. Very good. Players to, yeah, like control. Oh, right. You got my video on in the background. Here, I can't seem to, I'll just download it and we'll watch it on my computer. I don't want to leak DMs. I mean, there's nothing in our DMs. Players to, yeah, like control the... Yeah. Looks pretty epic. Got some movement stuff going on. Did you do all the pixel art? Or are you like using asset packs or something? Yeah, it looks pretty nice. You did? Very nice, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I really like how it's looking. Part took 4 hours. Yeah. Now, player sprites are always the thing that takes forever. Oh my god, don't even get me started on like the UVing system I did in Starground. That you guys have no idea how long that took me. Yeah, this is very epic. I really like the environment and the setting you've got going on. Like it's kind of like a industrial city vibe. I always wanted to make a game that has this vibe. Funny enough, there's this other game that I abandoned a really long time ago in Game Maker that was similar, like in a way to this, where it was like you're like this guy going around in like an abandoned city. Maybe one day I'll go back to that concept, honestly, because it's kind of cool. I just think the setting is really cool, but I decided to make it because it'll follow a story a lot more personal to me than Juicy Dungeon Crawler. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I think that's always a really like great thing about making games is you're able to like explore things that mean something to you, you know? I do really want to make a like linear, or not like necessarily linear, but something with like a story that actually like relates to me personally, you know? Because I think there's I always think if you're able to like inject your own unique things about you into your projects, I think it makes the projects way more interesting, you know? So that's really cool. Yeah, I wish you the best of luck on that. It's looking really good so far, for sure, so. All right, so lures. Let's think of what we want to do. So what do we have in the game? Let's think about like, it's really going to be mostly like modifying, I feel like. I don't want any lures to duplicate the effects of what we already have. So, you know, lures we will not do. Increase bite chance or whatever. Because we already have an upgrade for that, right? So there's no need to replicate that same mechanic with a lure. I want the things that the lures do to be completely separate from the upgrades, right? Because I think it's just better that way. I don't want like these overlapping mechanics, because then it just gets really complicated and it's like, I have to stack these. I'd rather just have it be more like one note. So I'm definitely not going to do like some of the ideas they have in like web fishing, like salty lure and fresh lure for like choosing, like forcing specific, because then like what kind of fish do you get? It's a little different in web fishing, the way that the fish are selected. So yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, not doing any of this stuff. Right, like a lot of these we're probably not going to ever do. Like this doesn't make sense. This is kind of interesting, like changing the mechanics of how you like catch stuff, maybe. Get a small amount of cash every catch. That's kind of useless in this game since you already have passive income. So yeah, almost like none of these even make sense at all. I do like the small fish and large fish though, right? I feel like those are kind of the two that like make sense. So I definitely wouldn't be opposed to that. BRB 12 a.m. snack break. It's all good. Yeah, do it up. So I think we're gonna have big lure, small lure, stuff like that. Then we have to look up like real fishing lures and stuff. So those are two definitely that I want to do. And then I want one specifically for increasing the chance of like getting more rare fish. So we're probably just gonna call that one like the rare lure or something. We'll have to see. But yeah, if anyone has lure ideas, let me know. I'll probably like do some you know, posts on the Discord about all this stuff and just kind of get some ideas from people. So we'll have to set up a menu to select the lure. There's two ways I could see going about that. So if we open up the game, we could either have just another button on the bottom that would work, but you know, it is kind of like prime real estate down there and we don't really have a lot. So I don't know 100% if that's the route we want to go. I did reset my game, test the tutorial. Right, so we've got like, I mean, we do have space down there, so it's not impossible to put another button in between somewhere here for like a, you know, equipment menu. We could also make it so you could click on the, like the little tackle box. My only concern with that though is it's kind of like one of those things where I would worry people might not know you could click on it or forget that you can click on it, you know? And that could kind of cause an issue. Plus, we don't really have like systems set up in this scene to click on objects in the environment. So that's sort of another part of it that would complicate things a tiny bit. So I'm probably leaning more toward just adding another button down here, which I think would be fine. And we can have it kind of like a shared panel for all the stuff. So like ways to swap out your bait, swap out your, you know, lures and all that kind of stuff. So, and man, like lures could become this massive section of the research tree if you really think about it, you know? Which would be great because we need more research in the game for sure. But like we could have a whole section branching off of equipment, you know, for different lure types, and that would give us like 10 researches easily. Plus if you talk like on top of like baits, like we could do baits as a whole research section. It would like double the size of our freaking research tree. So I think that could be a really cool thing for sure. And that's also interesting. We could like make certain like lures require other lures researched previously. So I think it could get pretty interesting. So yeah, that's probably what we'll do there. Okay. I need to fix that cloud conflict. I don't know what the conflict is. Let's just start off adding in like 4 different lures. I feel like would be pretty like fair. I mean, maybe like we aim for like 5 eventually or something, but I wouldn't be opposed to like a really high tier lure or something, or like just something very interesting that could be nice late game. Here for real now? Epic welcome in. Yeah, again, if anyone has ideas for lures, just let me know. Basically, I guess the thing that lures will do, it's kind of like most of the time I don't want them to just be a stat increase, but more of like more affecting the type of fish that you get, I feel like would make sense. But it's hard to say. We have to think about like specifically what we're gonna do there. Bait is gonna be really easy because yeah, that's nothing. It just kind of increases the chance for specific fish. Let's see here. And we will have to think a little bit about what bait does. My initial idea for bait is it's kind of like, you know, you can select different bait types to kind of try and get specific fish. So it's like a good mechanic for like, if you need like a very particular fish, then that's kind of like how you do it. Instead of just hoping and praying that you end up getting them, you can like use a specific bait type, and then it like almost guarantees the chance to get that fish, right? So I think it's kind of like a fun little like just additional thing. Yeah, something that's more effective on heavier fish. Yeah, I've got the big and smallers, so I want to do those. Will kind of change, you know, the weight, you know, chances to get larger or smaller fish. I think that should be nice. Let's see here. What else do we want to do? I don't know if we're going to have like consumable items or not. Because I could see making bait a consumable thing that you have to purchase, you know? And maybe like even we could have like very rare bait types associated with rare fish that are extremely expensive to buy. So that's always a possibility. Eventually, I'd also love some way to change the weather. I could see doing that potentially with a lure, you know? Like if you have a specific lure type, it kind of like increases the chance for the weather to change. Right? Which would be nice. You know, because like we could have a whole different mechanic for that if we wanted to. But it's like if we already have the lure system kind of built in, then I feel like it would sort of make sense. It does mean that the lures get a tiny bit mythical, magical. Lure that's more effective in different weather. That could be pretty interesting. Yeah. I guess the only worry I would have about that is just like if you have a lure for every type of weather, then you just always have a very effective lure because, you know, it's just whatever weather is active, that's the lure you use. So I worry it kind of dissuades people from ever using the other ones because it's like there's always just the correct lure to use, you know? So I want to sort of avoid that a little bit because that could get kind of annoying and boring. Hey, Dustin, welcome in. How's it going? How have you been doing? Then we can also do some lures that are like specific like things like you know, I don't know, maybe like one that like increases the speed at which you cast, you know? There's stuff like that we could do. Or like one that decreases like the nibbling time and things. Like we could do let me put like descriptions, you know, increases heavy fish chance. Increases small fish chance, increases rare fish chance, and then we could do like a heavy lure, which could maybe not heavy. What would make sense for that? Like, I want a lure that my hair, guys, increases cast speed and then also decreases nibble time. You can figure something out there. I forgot you made a mod. Oh, let's go. Like a Minecraft mod, or what kind of mod did you do? I just want to look up like types of fishing lures and see if there's any in the real life that would like make sense, you know? There's so many wacky names for these. There's crankbaits and it's like, what are these? Oh, the Twitch mod. Yeah. I thought you meant like a game mod. Grub, frog, crawl, lipless, swim bait, jig, popper, fluke, Ned rig, jerkbait, lizard, flopper, brush hog, chatterbait, waking bait, glide bait. There's so many. Yeah, it did sound like a song. I've seen a lot of these around. The worm jig, the spoon. Definitely some of these are pretty common. fly bait. I've never seen a crawfish bait. Like, I guess you use that for massive fish or something. I don't really know. But yeah. Spinner. Yeah, those can be good for some fish. Yeah, I mean, we have the option of like going, like we could say that lures are the things that attract fish and then bait are the things that like change the type of fish you catch, you know, and that is an option to go. Because I guess in real life, typically like the type of lure has a larger impact on the type of fish, I feel like, that you catch versus the bait. But it's really hard to say. I mean, in real life, really, it's like both, you know? So, I don't know. It's probably fine. We'll just do what we're doing already. So one that increases cast speed. What is more worm-like and moving is probably the scale, yeah. That's true, that's true. So what would make me cast faster? I guess like a lightweight lure, right? A light lure. I don't want to imply that that's like a light bulb. What's another word for something that's lightweight, you know? Light. See, there's the issue. I think it's more not heavy. I mean, it is lightweight, of course. Aerodynamic lure, yeah, something like that. Agile. Probably just do like agile would make the most sense here. And then what would make the fish like more likely to get hooked? All right. Like a spiky lure, or something. Spiky lure. A net. I might one day do a net as like a whole different fishing mechanic, so I'm not 100% sure on that one yet. Need one for range? I could see doing that, I suppose. I don't know if it would ever be that useful. But we could do like a heavy lure, you know, increases range. Cast range. Wouldn't be opposed. What do fish eat? I think, I mean, most fish that I know of just eat bugs. Bugs and worms and probably algae and just random crap. Larger fish, like there's, you know, predator fish, like for example, like pike are predators and they eat other fish, but it just depends on the fish. Fits more range, better than heavy lure. I mean, that's fair. I mean, when you actually go fishing, if you put like weights onto your jig or whatever you call it, then it's a lot easier to cast further, because if it's too light, then like the wind resistance slows down the hook as it's moving through the air. But yeah, pike are predators. They eat other fish. They go nom nom nom. Is this a pike? It seems short. It's not a pike. There's no way. Yeah, it looks more like a walleye. That's a pike. Well, I guess there's different kinds of pikes. Pike I know of is the northern pike. Hey, Two Socks, welcome in. How's it going? Sorry I haven't replied back to you yet, by the way, on Discord. It's been a busy time with Next Fest and everything going on. I will try and reply tonight, so. It's not a pike. This is a pike. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure that one out though. So decreasing nibble time, and this one should be a pretty easy one to implement the mechanics of. Let's just say like a neon lure or something. Maybe it's like, you know, makes the lure more attractive to the fish. Oh, good. Yeah, if that Nexus is your full attention, so I didn't bother. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to kind of wrap up now, you know, like I think there's only a couple days left. Yeah, it's through Monday, so it's not as insane now as it was. But yeah. It's not a spiky lure. These are funny guys. Spiky ball fishing lures. Like, what kind of lure would make a fish more likely? I just need like something with more hooks, because that's kind of the idea, is like that there's more more hooks on your lure. They're more likely to bite into the hook, right? Look at this guy, he's a pike. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. How are the stats looking from Next Fest? Pretty decent. We can go take a look at them. I don't really care if people know my stats. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's a little different from like financial stats, because like all the stats now are hypothetical stats, you know? Of course, I won't be sharing like all my financial info, because that's kind of weird, but let's go look. So the demo, there's 18 people on right now, which is actually pretty good. We now have 4,000 unique users, which are like, you know, real people that have played. So pretty solid. Median time isn't insane or anything. It's just kind of fine. I wouldn't say that the median time is super bad or anything, but, you know, not great. I mean, it does say it's above average as compared to other Steam demos, so it's probably fine for the most part. So median time, I mean, it's hard to say if it really matters so much. I mean, obviously having a large median time means that people are playing often, but also you look at this distribution of people, and when you look at the bucketed by playtime, we have this massive spike of people at over 200 minutes at the very end. So hopefully that's kind of a good sign, where it's like, you know, yeah, people, like some people leave early, but there's a big group of people that are playing a long time. And you see that in the reviews of the game and stuff too. A lot of these people have insane play times, more than I honestly would have expected, which is good to see. So, I mean, I'm sure that's a good sign. But you look through and it's like, this person had 0.5 and now they're at 18 hours, which is crazy. 6 hours, 0.8 hours, 0.5, 3.8, 11 hours. So some of these people have a lot of time put into it. So, you know, that's pretty good. 5 hours, 6 hours. So I would say that's good. And then now on wishlist, we're looking pretty good. Honestly, this Next Fest was not that good compared to the one for Starground. It's very interesting. But yeah, Starground's Next Fest was like insane. And I think it's just the types of games, honestly, have sort of changed. Starground has financials. I'm not going to show that off, but 30 plus minutes is great. I think it's pretty good, yeah. And that's just median. That's like median. So most people have gotten past 30 minutes, which is pretty solid. I'm going to go look at the stats on Starground for Next Fest. So let's see. Welcome in. Hello. I'm looking forward to this game. Very epic. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. Yeah, man. On freaking Next Fest for Starground, we had an insane reaction. So yeah, I'm just looking here. But I mean, honestly, that's the thing though, like looking at the stats. So like over I guess I can show this. So this is the Starground wish list like chart, right? So obviously you see some massive spikes here. This is during launch, so this one doesn't really count. Same with like these are just sales and stuff. It always goes up during sales. But you look at where Next Fest is. It was around like June 10th or whatever. Our peak of wishlist count was like 400. We got like 300 a day, 400 on the peak. And you look at that and it's not that crazy when you think about it. Because if you look at what we have going on with Lured in terms of our wishlist counts, like Next Fest did pretty good. We got our 400 wishlist peak on Next Fest. But also, we've had a lot of more peaks that I just generated from posting shorts. So it's kind of like, I feel like we're in a much better spot than we ever were with Starground in terms of wishlist counts. Because I don't think we were anywhere even close to that many wishlists at this point. Because I can see where we were at during like... So after Next Fest was over for Starground, we had like 5,000 wish lists. So we have double that already. There's still 2 days left on Next Fest. So that's pretty good. And also another great thing too that we have now is it's going to be our the personal calendar, right? Because that was not a thing for Starground back when it launched. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the launch of Lured goes compared to Starground. I'm really hoping that it'll be more financially profitable, because that would be cool. So we'll see what happens. But anyways, I'll be trying the demo tonight before bed. Let's go. Thank you very much. What I started to think about is that rotation of what's in, because we often discuss the magic of randomness. Yeah. Are you talking just with games or like the shorts and stuff, or in relation to like what thing? The timings of games and successes, yeah. I definitely right now, like incremental games are pretty big on Steam. Even if you just like go browse Next Fest, you can see a lot of them are incremental games. I'm probably if we just go to random. Well, I have to make sure I don't get anything inappropriate. Always have to be sort of careful. But there's a lot. So, but yeah, it'll be fine. So like, there's this one. This was like a tycoon incremental game, right? Like immediately, I'm already seeing them just sorting by random, right? Hopefully, I don't see anything bad. Of course, there's a lot of roguelites, but here's another incremental and another incremental. I mean, this isn't, I guess, necessarily an incremental, but I think it's got that energy where it's like, you know, you chop down trees and get money to chop more trees. It's basically an incremental game. This is an incremental. There's a lot. So I'm wondering if that has, here's another incremental, keep watering. So I'm wondering if that is like a big part of why so far Lured has been doing well, just because it's kind of like right now a popular genre on Steam. But it's hard to say. I don't know if it's ever a good idea to try and really follow those trends or not. I think it was just kind of fortunate timing, because I started working on Lured, I feel like before the whole, oh yeah, this game, before the whole incremental thing really started to pop off, which is good, because now that it's like really, I almost feel like it's sort of at its peak right now, almost on its way out. I think it's just good timing. So, say, Ham, welcome back in. But yeah. Yeah, this is just sorted by random. It's not, like, recommended, so... There's a pretty unbiased look at some games. Random. Unsorted sections, yeah. So yeah, most of the time. Alright, let's see. If anything, if I were paying too much attention, I would avoid doing what's in. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's really... You just have to get lucky when it comes to trends like that, I feel like, because... Making a game takes a long time. It's hard to... You can't just, like, make a game in a week, you know? It's hard. So, I don't think that really, like, is possible. I think it's just sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, which sucks, but... Then again, though, you know, we look at like all the games that come out on Steam, and there's still a bunch of super popular games coming out that are not in a popular genre whatsoever, you know? So at the end of the day, I don't think it's like it's not a very hard requirement to have to follow a trend to be successful, you know? And I think the most important thing above everything else is Crafton. Oh, publisher sale. Is just making a game that of a genre that you enjoy, you know? That's the most important thing. Because you're going to end up making a better game, and a better game will make more money, so... Anyways. Yeah, this personal calendar is pretty neat. We've seen some pretty insane, you know, wish list spikes from this system so far. It only goes out like a couple weeks, so you can explore the full one. You get some wish lists in from that. I wonder if it shows lured in here for me. We go to like July 17th. Nope. But yeah. Welcome to the game 3. That's cool. I'm excited to see how it's going to impact Lured in terms of just marketing. I thought this was already out. Oh, I guess it's coming out of early access, right? Yeah, it also shows 1.0 launches in here, so Starground will benefit from this too, which is pretty cool. I don't know if it's going to make for a super big impact, but we'll see. Was we're looking at just with the lure, whatever I had here, the spiky lure. I don't know what a spiky lure is. I'm just looking up different lures. Remember half a year ago, or half a year after Balacha released, so many games the same style popped up. Yeah, right. It's like around that like 6-month mark is when people have had enough time to make clones of games, and so you see a bunch of them pop up. It's always kind of funny. That always happens with every popular game that ever comes out. The same thing happened with Minecraft. There's like Survival Craft and all these Minecraft clones. Not that Lured In is a clone of another game necessarily, but you know, it's just how these trends tend to happen. What other props do I add to my game stuff other than signs and loose wiring? Let me take a gander. I think what would really help is like there's not a lot of stuff in the foreground for sure. Like I think keeping like the background stuff really simple and straightforward looks really nice. I wouldn't go too insanely detailed with that. The most important thing for your game is going to be silhouettes, obviously, because that's just the style of all of it. So I'd pick objects that are instantly extremely recognizable, which is good. I feel like you're on the right track with what you've got here now. I'd probably add in stuff like definitely like foreground breakables. I just feel like would be nice, you know. It'd really make the environment a lot more interesting. You could do some crates or barrels, or just have some like objects stacked up. What I always tend to do when I like think of how to flesh out an environment is like, what is this location that the player is in, and think about like what its purpose is. So like, let's say that you were like, let's just say this is like a abandoned factory or something. You know, I don't know exactly what it is, but that's the thing that you have to determine as a developer and like environment designer. So if you know like where this is and what the environment is, then you can start like kind of telling a story in terms of the props that you add in. So like if this is a factory, maybe there's like some old abandoned forklift or some crates or other like pallets, things that you would see inside of a warehouse or a factory, you know. I love that approach too. It's like role play that situation, make things, create continuity. Exactly, right? That's like you have to kind of put yourself in this environment and like pretend what it's supposed to be to know how to make it that. If that makes sense. I think that's always the best way to go about it. So yeah, I'd probably say like, determine like what this environment is. And then I think it's pretty easy to go from there. Like if you know that it's a factory, look up images of factories, you know, and then it's like, you can see what are in factories. These are all super modern factories. I mean, I guess this isn't a modern environment, so it makes sense. It's like a rundown city. Okay. Then I would get more specific with like the environment, you know, and think about like what part of the city is this? Is this like a road here? Like what is this part of the city? Is it like on like a sidewalk area or like an alleyway or like, you know, you got to think about like which area of the city that it's in, because I think the things you would see then would change depending on that. If it's like a sidewalk area or something, you know, you can just think of like things that you would see there. So like you'd probably see trash piled up and stuff, trash cans. Those are pretty common, like sidewalk things. On the side of the city, I mean, you have to also think about like the setting too, obviously, because like since it's like a rundown futuristic post-apocalyptic city, there'd probably be different things. Yeah, exactly, right? So just look at reference, you know, like future city, whatever, right? And just like look at items that would be there. If you are like on the street or something, then you'd probably see like old abandoned cars and stuff like that. I feel like that's like a pretty good way to do stuff there. You could also just have like sort of things like in the, maybe not necessarily the foreground here, but almost like in between the foreground and your behind layer stuff, like street lamps or something, you know? Yeah, I feel like benches are a pretty universal thing in any city, even if it's the future. People have to sit down somewhere. I guess you want to specifically look at like dystopian future city streets, right? Yeah, just look around at references. That's the most important thing, I always think. But yeah, I mean, you can see there's like trash. Like this one has some garbage over here. Random street cones and barrels of garbage and pallets, you know. That's what I always think of when I think of like a dystopian future city, especially like down in the streets, is like the whole thing with a dystopian city is that like the bottom street level is like, you know, the worst place to be. It's like where all the refuse and trash ends up. Right? Because all the rich people are flying their hover cars above all the garbage. So. You are a dark, one of the few nomadic soldiers who navigate the barren world to purge threats. You destroy what lies in your path. You are known by more and more as the Justice Reaper. Yeah. Okay. Stray is probably a good inspiration. Oh, yeah. It's the one where you're a cat, right? Yeah, this is in like a... Yeah, just look at references. That's how you learn and know what kind of objects should be around. But yeah, lots of just like clutter. Crates and barrels and signs, and even if the city's completely abandoned, like those things would still be left behind, you know? So I know a big thing with like, you know, the cyberpunk dystopian future genre is like lots of neon and things like that. So that's something you could explore. It just depends on the route you want to take. If you're kind of going the route of like city has been abandoned and there's no more power here anymore, then you probably wouldn't want to do that. But you could still have like neon stuff, but it's just broken, you know, and not on. And I think that in and of itself tells a story of like this place used to be, you know, alive and there was buildings and people living here, and now it is not. So, but yeah, hopefully that's helpful though. Yeah, just look at lots and lots of reference, and if it is like a very personal story, then it's one of those things where it's really hard for me to say exactly what would make sense for your universe, because, you know, of course it's got to kind of relate to you personally. But those are just the things I think of when I'm going through designing environments and stuff. Haven't played Stray, but the game design is really cool. I've learned a lot from looking at it. Yeah, it does look pretty neat. I haven't played Stray either. I remember there was like something that happened with that game or something, or got like... What happened to Stray? I'm trying to remember. It's like the studio got shut down or something, I think. It was something like that. Blue 12 Studio. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Me, your Hungarian translator. Hey, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for your help with that. Oh, they made Outer Wilds. Oh, okay. The entire video game team is resigned following a dispute with owner Megan Ellison. Okay. Yeah, there's like a whole thing that happened or something with the studio, I remember, and I was like, oh, that sucks. Anyways. It's good. What about you? Yeah, it's going good. We're just working on like designing a new system in the game, fishing lures, and they kind of just changed like some mechanics around how the fishing works. So trying to think of what we want to do for the decreasing the nibble time. We could just do the spiky lure for fun. Oh god, Google. It's got some funny little tendrils. Spiky lure. There's two routes we go with this lure type. It's either like we make it spiky, or it's kind of like enticing to a fish, which maybe it's like a shiny lure or something, you know. So that's a possibility. Something like these, I think, though, would be good. So I think we can kind of get started on getting some of these implemented. The easiest one to implement, I feel like, is something like the agile lure. Just seems easy. I wonder how we want to like name these. I'll probably name all of them something lure. Because otherwise it might be a little weird if it just says agile. It's like, what does that mean, though? You know? So yeah. And I guess they don't all necessarily have to be called lures. Like, they could also be called like hooks and stuff. It just depends. So I don't know. But it should be fine, I guess. So we'll do a couple different ones. We'll start the agile lure, the shiny lure, and also the heavy lure. I'll just call them lures to be consistent. Lure. So the agile lure is going to increase the speed of casting. I'll just say increases your casting speed. Increases fish nibbling speed, and increases your casting range. Will this be unlocked directly? Research or Ascension? I think it's going to be probably Research is what I'm imagining. Research, right, is sort of like the system I use for like unlocking technologies, right? So I think to me that makes a lot of sense to do it as Research. I could see it being like an Ascension mechanic, but I think I have more other ideas that make more sense for Ascension. Ascension to me is always sort of just like, it should be more of like a boost or a modifier versus like a technology, if that makes sense, you know? More of like a power up. These are like a thing that you physically have and use, so I think it makes sense as Research. And it's definitely not going to be just something that you buy with cash, because I think we have plenty of other upgrades, so I just want to say hi. I'm off to bed now because it's already 1 a.m. here. Yeah, sounds good. If we need something translated, just let me know and I'll jump right on it. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thanks for coming into the stream. Maybe each beta is its own research. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Because I think it would really add a lot more research into the game. And it's one of those things where it makes sense if each one is its own research. Just because, like, we don't have to tell the player to go a specific route of like which ones they're supposed to use. Also, it's one of those things where it's like research the one that you need at the given moment. So you can kind of like better choose. I mean, we could lump it all into one research, but I think that's too much. There's too many lures. So to me, it makes sense to have them all as separate researches. And since we're drawing an icon for every single lure anyways, it just seems like a good idea to make them their own researches. Spaniards go to bed very late. Man, got nothing on me. I go to bed at like freaking... Well, sometimes I don't go to bed at all. That's the thing. Sometimes my bedtime is more than 24 hours in the future. Usually though, I go to bed around like 6 or 7 a.m. So... yeah. My sleep schedule is pretty weird, guys. I don't know how to fix it. Like I was saying in that other stream, it's just kind of one of those things to me where it's like, it just always goes back. I always go back to the middle of the night schedule, no matter how hard I try. So. Seeing it in front to me as the 4 boxes of cookies in the cookie clicker ascension tree. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Boxes. Whatever, cookie clicker. We'll just look at cookie clicker ascension. Is there an image of the ascension tree? Oh, it's got like an interactive map here. Yeah, it's like where are the boxes again? They're like over here or something. But yeah, there's those ones where it's like boxes of cookies that you unlock, and it's like sort of like a pack. If we end up having enough lures to where it would like be so many that the research tree is getting kind of ugly big. How do I even? That's close to the middle. Oh, okay. I think I closed the tab. That's fine. But yeah, I know what you're talking about though. I could always lump them in together later on into like a couple of select researches if we want to, but it seems like sort of the meta when it comes to incremental games these days is to have enormous sprawling research trees, so I'll probably just make them all individual. It's fine. I think it's nice. It makes people feel like they're actually like progressing more. If you buy like one pack, it's kind of like, you know, it's like a one and done thing. But if you're buying all these little ones, it's like you're constantly like aiming towards something, which is nice. Like player goals, you know? So I think it'll be okay. All right, so let's go ahead and draw these. Probably just make them 32 by 32. And let's draw what these look like. So let's start with the agile lure. I don't know what an agile lure looks like, but we'll have to figure it out. When I think of like, I don't know, what would an agile lure look like? Something that's like light, fast. Is an agile lure a thing? I don't think so. The others I have a much better idea on like how I want to go about those, but we could just kind of make it look aerodynamic maybe. So we'll have like the hook eye up there. Whatever, something like this. Let's do a different color so I can see it easier. All right. See, it's hard to draw these at an angle. I'll take something like that. Maybe each lure could be the could be of a lure of a fish that falls into the category the lure boosts. Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, like a koi fish would be the rare lure and stuff. I mean, I could see going that route. I'll probably... I mean, I don't know. I guess the only thing is like, is that like kind of like too easy? It feels maybe a tiny bit boring. I'll probably like design each lure as being its own like unique sprite and design, just because I think it'll be more interesting as a player, where it's like, whoa, look at this thing, instead of just being like, oh, it's just like a koi fish. But it is a good idea. I could see like how that could work, you know, it would make sense. I'm kind of like designing this so it almost like looks like it's like aerodynamic, right? So it's kind of like sloped and smooth. It's got like a rounded section. And I'll probably just make it silver, metallic metal, or whatever. Okay. This will be fine. We don't have to be so like careful about what the lures look like. It's just whatever. And then this is gonna have the big shiny. I need to get better at rendering metal. I've watched like a lot of these like Instagram reels and stuff of like people drawing like metallic armor, and it's like, whoa, they're just so good at it. I mean, I can do all right, but like, just don't know how they do it. The reflections and stuff that they do just look insane, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, how do you even do that? I mean, definitely like a big part of it is just like make it very shiny. Obviously. You know, I mean, this looks metallic, but I've just seen some really good ones before, and it's just like impressive. Okay. Well, I think this works. I did accidentally make it a little bit too tall. Nothing a little bit of the can't fix. Hopefully it looks fast. Yeah, then these will all be their own researches. Oops. So this will be the icon used for the research. Yeah, that's what's going to be nice about these, right? Is that like drawing the lure and its sprite is like the same asset as the research icon, so it's pretty easy. I think some lures should be colorful. Oh yeah, definitely. Like this one I'm making not colorful, kind of on purpose, because I think like I don't think color to me exemplifies like speed. I think this one being like silver and shiny makes it feel faster to me. I might just sound crazy right now, but if that makes any sense. But yeah, the other ones I definitely want to make very colorful and stuff, because I mean most lures are, so that makes sense. All right, brighten this area. little bit around here. I think that'll work. The only thing I'd probably change on this guy is like moving this ring in by a pixel. Just feels more balanced that way. I think that looks fine. Probably change this lighting here just a tiny bit. Alrighty. Anti-aliasing time. Snooze that ad. How do I come up with lore ideas? I can make nice core gameplay loop, but I don't know how to extend it with progression and variance. That's fair. I mean, literally, we started coming up with ideas for lures just today. So I am not a professional when it comes to coming up with specifically lure ideas. But I think the big thing for me is I just like relate it to a gameplay mechanic. So like we've got a couple different systems in the game right now, where we have like research, upgrades, and ascension. So I want lures to kind of specifically like fall outside of all of that and just do like a different mechanic, if that makes sense, right? Because I don't want to just be accidentally like duplicating our mechanics. So with lures, I'm thinking of like ways, like for example, anything I can do to like make the fishing easier or feel more powerful is really like my goal. So this lure right here is going to like make it so that you can cast faster, that your cast like speed is faster. And I think that's just like a nice little boost. They're basically like just little boosts like that, I think is how we're going to go about planning these out. So some of the other ideas that we just came up with was like a rare lure. This is one that I've been thinking about for a long time. It's, you know, hard to catch rare fish, and so I wanted a way to kind of like increase the chance specifically to catch those guys. So I'm just like, well, a rare lure. And I might change the name of this or change what it is, but really all of the ideas of lures are always linked to a mechanic, right? A way to make something easier or more convenient or give the player more autonomy over the way that they're fishing. Because that's another thing too, is like, you know, fishing is inherently random. And so I think lures and also bait, which we're going to get around to eventually, they're two really good mechanics for giving the player a little bit more control over what they are catching as they're fishing. So those are the things I've been thinking of. But so let's save this. This will be lure. Just call it agile lure. PNG. Welcome in, Kankles. How's it going? I'm guessing these won't be consumables, but bait will be. I'm kind of thinking the bait should be consumable. Yeah. Agile lure. I think it would make sense. Yeah, these obviously won't be because lures like don't get consumed. And since it's like a research unlock, it just doesn't really make sense. But I could definitely see for bait, that could be like a limited, you know, item that you have to continually buy and have like a stock of. So, all right, so we have shiny lure. I'm probably gonna make that one kind of almost like, how do I describe it? Sort of like pearlescent in a way, you know, like this, where it's got like, it's almost like, it's like white but has like colors to it. I think that's what I'll do. And I think the shiny lure is going to be sort of like a spoon lure, where it's got like this little like, you know, metal whatever, something like this. It has these little like metallic things that spin around in the water. Lustrous metal. All right, specular reflection. It just makes sense. There's a bunch of different spoon lures here, so we could do some really cool design or something. I kind of like this guy, honestly, in the top right. It's got like that blue gradient with like the little divots and stuff. I think that could be pretty cool. So maybe we'll do that. So the way that these are set up is a bit different from like this guy, because this is just an individual hook. But this has like a whole thing attached to it. So it's going to have like a ring up here. Then it's going to have the lure. And then it's going to have another ring and the actual like hook down here. And I might like rotate some of these so it stays visually interesting. So we'll do like this guy over here. Right? It'll have like the hook over here. And this is where our hook will be. Something like this. So let's get drawn. So let's see, I'll have this one come in on this side. Sort of like that, so we give the illusion of depth. How long have I been working on this game? I've been making Lured In pretty much since the beginning of the year, so about like 6-ish months. How long I would say. It's been going pretty good given how little time relatively I think I've spent on it, so but yeah, one of my big goals with game development is just making stuff faster, you know, because I think as time goes on, I start to realize that the concept of like making your dream game is silly to me, at least. If people are enjoying making like one big long project that they work on forever, then that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with doing that. But I think just for me specifically, it's like I always eventually reach this spot, right, where I just kind of lose all my motivation to work on a project anymore. And so having the ability to like move on from the project in the foreseeable future is honestly kind of really nice. Like, I'll still be here working on Lured In and stuff and updating it, definitely, after launch. But, it's just like it's, you know, I'm sure I'll be feeling like I'm ready to be done at a certain point. So. Oh, ads. I apologize about the ads, guys. Okay, so we're gonna have like a blue gradient here. Oops. And silver on one side. It's like our ring here. Add a hole for this down there. All right. Then what I'm going to do for this guy, add like a bunch of these little circles. Because I just think it looks cool. I'll do the same thing over here, but I'll make the circles brighter. Just to give it a pattern. I do wish I had like a sort of an in-between, I guess, with those two, because it's very hard to see them. But I don't, unfortunately. I could go with like a green color instead, but it just doesn't look very good. So that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to anti-alias between these two. Because gray is like, I always run into this issue where like gray is a little bit too dark. It's difficult. Sometimes I've done it with this green, but with this silver specifically, it's difficult. Let's see. I like the patient learner web fishing or waited for your input in case you're doing something else with the game running in the background. Yeah, I do like that. I could totally see adding that in as a potential lure option. And Lured In, just because it's, you know, nice. I have to shift that down. Yeah, I don't really like these colors here. I might go with like a different color then for the lure, because I can transition between green a lot easier. I mean, I was thinking about doing like a pearlescent thing. I just don't know if I have quite the color range to do that properly, so I don't know if that's going to work. And finally, lures in. I know, yeah. After all this time, we can finally lure. What's up, Zach? How's it going? I think these two colors will work well. Ads should be over now, as far as I know. Let's see. Felix in. I said that right. Welcome in. I'll say, hey, Nick, welcome in the stream. 7 consecutive streams. Thank you very much for that. How are you doing? Okay. Might just get rid of the dots on the other side and just make it shiny. That would probably be for the better. I'll have to keep tweaking this design. It's tricky. How do we want to go about making this shiny? I might have to go for, since it's called the shiny lure, maybe like a different variant of this, of the spoon lures. There's a lot of different ones. I mean, it being shiny, it's just hard to make it colorful and shiny. Like, I think we just go for like this, basically. Or it's just like one end of it is shiny. And I'll probably taper it a bit more here, too. I need a background here. I can't... It's hard to, like, see anything. Hold on. There we go. But yeah, sorry. Let me read all the other YouTube things in here. But yeah, patient lure. I definitely want to add something in like that, I think, for sure. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. The issue is that I lose faith in my idea 1 or 2 weeks in, no matter what the idea is. Yeah, it's really hard to deal with that because I know exactly how you feel. Like, the same thing happens to me all the time whenever I start working on a game. I, like, immediately into development, I instantly am, like, thinking of all the problems and, you know, becoming afraid of the concept. And that is a very hard thing to deal with, for sure. It's not always an easy solution to that. Got to move this circle over now. Yeah, I think that's like why I always stress the importance of like picking an idea that you actually genuinely like working on, because like nothing else matters if you aren't enjoying the process of making the game. And so that's like the #1 thing is like, I think some people try and like chase trends and stuff just so that they like, you know, whatever, think that they're going to make more money that way. But like, I think that's the thing that kills projects, in my opinion, is when it becomes not about having fun and enjoying the process anymore, but when it's all about money. So I'd definitely say avoid like trend chasing and stuff. It just doesn't matter. And you're not even going to have time to get a game finished before a trend is over anyways, so I don't think it really matters. Yeah, circle, and it's the squarest square I've ever seen. Well, that's the thing with pixel art, though, is you can kind of like, even though it's not literally a circle, I can still kind of imply visually that it is a circle. Like, I think it's fine. There are definitely limitations sometimes with pixel art like that, but you get around it. Takes dedication to push through that I don't have. It is hard. You've really got to like just be really set on finishing something, and that's hard to do. It's like the #1 skill to have with game development. It is something that I feel like you can like train and get better at doing. It's just motivating yourself, and it really just comes down, I feel like, to the type of game and idea that you eventually settle on. So that's always really important. Let's see. I'm gonna do that there. I want to make this thing look super shiny. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That'll do. Alright, fill this in. Anyways, let's see. Worked 86 hours this week. Oh man, that is a lot. Yeah, you look like the dried up alien corpse. Yeah. I don't blame you. It's pretty crazy. You're doing good, you? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just we're working on adding in lures today into Lured In. I know it's crazy. I think I'll actually keep this one yellow just because I don't know. It wasn't meant to be intentionally yellow, but now I think I kind of vibe with it a little more. Alrighty, I think we're pretty much good there. Sometimes with pixel art, you've just got to know when to call it, because if you keep working it, it can just start to look messier and messier. I mean, really, you know, that's for any art. It's not just pixel art. I might have even gone too crazy on the lighting on like the metallic part of the lure, but you know, it's called a shiny lure, so I really wanted to emphasize that aspect of it. So it's probably okay. But we'll see. Maybe in a, you know, couple hours on the site to come back and change it. Usually what happens. Yeah, payday's gonna make you feel a little better. Yeah, hopefully you do get big overtime bonus. Drove a truck for a few years. You have a 70-hour clock over an 8-day period. Man, it's really big bucks at first. It felt easy. Over time, it felt more tiring. Like the work was harder than the and the paycheck's basically cut in half. Dang, yeah, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, I might do like a couple of these, like a little brighter. All right, let's do our outline shading. Yeah, do that one there. Let's see. Desktop notifications would be pretty epic for Lured In. That would be pretty crazy. I don't know if there's like a API built into Godot for me to do something like that. I'd have to go look around and see, but that would be pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, like you could just like send in a notification like when a tank is dirty or something, you know? Yeah. Let's see here. Keep those sections as super dark. Maybe brighten up a few of them. This one's large enough. I think I'll actually make it hollow. Well, it's hard to say. Might just do that. Yeah. That one I'll go with that. I think we're pretty much good to go there. Might shift this whole thing to the right. Probably go through an anti-alias now. Oops. Tend to just do like a couple of these. I really don't want to go overboard and make it look blurry. I can see maybe doing those too. That's pretty much it. I'll probably go back and change this one eventually when I realize I don't like it, but that's okay. I just want to focus on getting the mechanics ready to go. But let's see. I think I found you through shorts, then the live stream got recommended. Oh, very nice, yeah. It's interesting here about design problem you're tackling. Yeah, it's always my favorite part of going into other streams and stuff that people are doing. It's like just kind of interesting learning about the problems that people have and their solutions to solving them, you know? I think it's always really, really fun. Your fish are starving. What are you doing? Yeah. Schedule those Windows events. Yeah, let's see. There's a GitHub request for it. And then support for desktop toast notifications. Yeah. So the Mac OS, but different API exposed to scripting. So I might be able to do it on a Mac. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because you have like the whole notification system with mobile. So, but hey. This is pretty epic. So it is possible. Yeah, because this is like how do they do that? So they have pushed certain things in here. I presume that this is going to be for not version 4, right? Or this is their, oh yeah, this is their, oh, this is a pull request. Okay, I see. Yeah, hopefully they do integrate that into the main engine eventually, because that would be really, really cool. Yeah, I agree about trend chasing. People just want to play the best game in the genre. If you're not passionate about the genre, you won't be able to. Exactly, yeah. I think trend jumping is just kind of a waste of time. And I think it's also like you're setting yourself up for a disappointment. Because I think if you are trying to follow a trend and then it ends up not working out for you, it's going to feel like you failed, when in reality it was completely out of your control from the very beginning, you know? That's always like a thing with that. So, yeah, I really do think it's just best to just not even, you know, try with all that. Oh, God. Yeah, it's so much better to just, like, actually make games that you like. So. I do like a lot of games. I feel like there's so many different genres that I want to explore and make, you know? So, it can be hard sometimes. I wonder, like, if I'm going to have an issue with, like, having an extremely inconsistent, like, store page, you know? Because we're going to have, like, we've got an automation game and an incremental fishing game, and then immediately we're going to move from, like, 2D cute games into, like, 3D horror. And it's just going to be, like, the biggest switch up ever, you know? Because you look at my store page, and it all, like, kind of has, like, a cute, cozy vibe with Starground and Lured In, and, like, Poker Rocket isn't necessarily cute and cozy, but at least it's a 2D game. And then you're going to move from that into Deadlift. It's just going to be so shocking. But it's fine. But yeah, I don't know. Say anything for the Speen. The next pitch will be a good middle ground. Did you have another game idea you've been cooking up? Because I'd love to hear it. Or do you mean the one that we've already kind of explored a tiny bit? And let's do that. How much time are you planning to give Deadlift? I don't want to give Deadlift a lot of time. I think it's sort of going to be the same situation as Lured In, where it's going to be like a shorter project. I mean, it's not that Lured In was a particularly super short, like, it's not like we did this game in 2 months or something, but you know, compared to Starground, it's like less than a quarter of the time. So, but yeah, probably about like 6-ish months, I imagine, until like the end of the year, you know, or like a little bit after the end of the year. I think what we're going to aim for, likely for Deadlift, is the October Next Fest. It is going to be a little bit tight trying to get everything ready before then, because we've got like from basically July until October. So I'm going to try. But also the problem too is at the same time I've got Starground to finish, and that's really going to throw a wrench in everything. So it's going to be hard. Not 100% sure how we want to go about everything. Something I'm really going to have to think about. But yeah, I mean, we just have to get a demo ready for Next Fest in October. I think if we really just focus on the core gameplay loops and systems and polish everything, have like a little intro to the story and the game, then I think we could get something kind of ready to go before October. It's not going to be easy, but it should be possible. There we go, that's better up there. That like bright green up there makes it look like it's a part of the loop. Better. New thing I've been slowly building on since the beginning of May. Ooh, okay. When I have a really solid bedrock instead of just being a vibes thing like I'm used to, I totally feel it, don't worry. I've also got some more like ideas I've been thinking about in the background. I actually really recently came up with one that would be a super short, tiny game. But still feels like it'd be enough to justify an actual Steam launch. So I don't know, maybe that's something that we could explore eventually. I haven't told anyone about it. I am the only soul that knows. Surprising it's been this long without lures for a game to alert in. I know, honestly, yeah, really. When you think about it, it's like, why haven't I already done this? So. Cheese game. Maybe we'll have cheese clicker one day, guys. We'll do an incremental cheese game. That'd actually be kind of fun. You know, it's weird. I guess I am somewhat passionate about cheese. I don't think of cheese as being like a hobby. But I know a lot of cheeses, and I've tried a lot of cheeses, and I do like cheese. Maybe one day I'll make an incremental cheese game. You could like progress through the types of cheeses. You know, you start at something boring and simple like a mozzarella, and you keep like going through these tiers of better and better cheeses. You know, you get into like blue cheese and these aged ones. Yeah. I don't know, maybe one day. All the different cheese types doing something different. Yeah, doing different stuff would be awesome. It would be kind of fun, honestly. Yeah, a restaurant game where you only sell cheese. Yeah. And you have to like set up like your production like pipelines and stuff to create the cheese, you know? Because every cheese has like a different process that you need to do to create them. Darionaire, that'd be crazy. Maybe one day, guys. What's Deadlift? It's a horror game that I've been working on. Me and Zach have been working on for a little while now. Just kind of in the background. I'm not gonna open it. I don't want to get too distracted this stream. I want to like get things done. But yeah, it's kind of like sort of like a PSX style, you know, with like the low resolution, low res assets and models and stuff. The idea behind it is that you're a employee of this company, and your goal is that you have to go and descend down into a facility and document all the creatures that you find down there. So, and you're going down like this elevator that kind of acts as like your like home like hub area. Cheese automation game, cheese ground. That's crazy. Oh yeah, the U.S. government stored cheese in the cave. Yeah, the government cheese. That'd be crazy. It's one in Springfield, Missouri. I almost got to drive my truck in there, and then they took the load from me. Oh man, that'd be crazy to see the cheese vault. Yeah, how many irons do you have in the fire at any given time? Yeah. I think it depends. It kind of like when I'm getting closer to a launch on a game, I tend to really like focus on that game in particular, just because it's, you know, important that I finish things up and get it in a nice, playable, polished state. So right now, my focus has been pretty much almost 100% on Lured In, and it probably will be until July 17th when the game launches, just because this is the final stretch. You know, it's less than a month away. And so I just want to make sure that we wrap up a lot of our loose ends, and then I kind of feel like I'm able to move on to other stuff a little bit more. So that's at least what's going on right now. Usually I'll like be messing with like 2 or 3 things at a time. I think when I get to more than that, it becomes pretty difficult for me to juggle things, just because like I work on one thing, and then by the time I like get back to it, I almost like forget the things that I was doing. And so I feel like around like 2 games concurrently is a good sweet spot. And that's basically sort of what we've been doing a bit so far, is like we've got Lured In going on, and like deadlifts coming up in the background. There is also Starground. I need to finish Starground. I don't know. Starground has really been like this like cancerous tumor on my arm, and it's like I want to get rid of it. I need to get chemo and kill Starground. I need to release it and be done. I hate to like, I'm still definitely going to update the game, obviously, and like try and get things closer to, you know, the vision for the game. But it's kind of almost at a point where it's just very like frustrating to work on anymore. I don't know. It's difficult. I can't believe no one backed me at the cheese ball. Thank God they didn't. How'd you get working with your publisher? They reached out to me. I did a Kickstarter for Starground back in 2024. It was like around like, it was like right after June. It was like July or something, like basically exactly 2 years ago. And they saw the Kickstarter and messaged me on Discord and asked if I wanted to get the game published. So initially, I honestly thought they were a bot. I didn't think they were a real person. I was like, okay, this is just some garbage. But then I actually like read the message, and I'm like, maybe it's not. Maybe this is a real guy. And it was a real guy. So it's just because I get so much garbage from people that are like, hey, you know, do you want to put your game on our website and we'll give you $5? It's just garbage. I get so much spam. So I think you did a fantastic job with it. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's not all bad, you know, like there are aspects of Starground that I like, and it's one of those things I would love someday to, I mean, I'll probably come back to Starground in all honesty and work on it more, I feel like, eventually. But, yeah, it's hard, you know, it's hard too. Let's see. I might make one of these lures unlocked by default. I'm not sure. I do need like an icon for lures. I'll just do something easy right now. We could just have the agile lure unlocked by default or something. And this will require a lot of research equipment. Unlocks lures, which how do I describe what lures do? Give you different fishing abilities. Yeah, I don't know how expensive I'm going to make the research on this guy. Probably like not super expensive to start with, because we'll start with like really simple baby lures. And then as time goes on, we'll keep adding in more and more expensive ones that you get later on. So we need the shiny lure as an option. Okay. Okay. This will require research lures. The shiny lure. To increase. Increases nibble speed. I know that's a weird term, but it is what it is. All right, so if we go look at the research tree, we should see all those different lures in there now. Let's go take a gander. Boom. Oops, wrong menu. Yeah. It's a little funny how that one went off to the left over there. It's fine because we're going to have like more lures, so it should kind of work itself out, but it's just interesting. So I'll have a shiny lure. Yeah. Alrighty. And then we'll add another menu in here so we can actually select the lure that you're using. So let's go into the fishing region. So I'll read your... I didn't realize you sent me a DM, Zach. Yeah. I think that would probably be okay. For context, Zach mentioned adding in a lure called the patchy lure. Which is it'd be like a nicotine patch. I think that's fine. Like, it's not a direct reference to smoking. Like, if we added in like a cigarette lure, that would be a problem. But it's like just a thing. It's not necessarily like a drug. I mean, in fact, it's kind of like a good thing. It's like a way to stop smoking. So I think it'd be fine. What do you think the nicotine patch lure would do? Oh, why is your whole game inside a node called Fish Tank? Which, like, you mean the fishing region node, or? Because there's this node, which is the fish tank. It's a separate node. But fishing region, this is just specifically the area that you fish in, right? So there's like where we have our UI set up for this stuff. Just don't mention it's nicotine. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to like say that it's a nicotine patch, right? Yeah, get them hooked on nicotine. That'd be crazy. Hooked in update. I'll probably add this before the view keep net button right here. See, I worry a tiny bit that it like makes things too cramped, but it'll probably be okay. For gore, there are multiple scenes. Ah, you're all good. Yeah. So this button will be called the, I don't want to be, confusing here because we have the equipment like marketing section, and so I don't know if I want to call this menu equipment because it's kind of like you know, confusing if they're both the same thing. So like, what's another word for equipment? Like accessories kind of makes sense, you know, or like, what would you call that? Tackle? I mean, that is what it is, I guess. Like fishing tackle is like the stuff on your rod, right? The tackle box, yeah. Like what does fishing tackle mean? Yeah, it's just equipment used by anglers when fishing. So yeah, we'll call it tackle. That makes a lot more sense. Or we'll just call it the tackle box probably. Is that one word or? Looks like it's typically two different words. Yeah. The tackle box. And we already have an icon for it. Boom. Easy. All right. Hopefully it doesn't cramp things too much in here. I think it seems okay. So, all right. So let's get all this set up now. We need to create a new menu. Let me think about how I want to do this menu for a moment. Pretty much we're going to be copying the KeepNet menu. It's a similar menu. So let's go look at the KeepNet menu. I'm going to duplicate it, call it the tackle box menu. Boom. And we're going to delete a bunch of stuff. So keep those. We don't want this node anymore. We're going to fill this with like a list of all the tackles and stuff. I'm probably going to change all this away from what it is now and turn it into a tab container. Right. So get rid of all this. We don't need a return button anymore. So expand, get rid of this. We're just gonna call this a regular label. Oops, oh God. And just call this the tackle box. Center it, and let's go look at our other menus for how we did it. I'm just gonna freaking copy this node. Okay, and then on all these other menus, we always have this H separator here. I think it'd be a good idea in this case. Boom, tackle box. Nesting Godot make birds jealous, yeah. There's a lot of nesting. Yeah, some of these menus are insane with how much nesting happens with stuff, but you know what? It's fine though. Honestly, like I think I always have a really good time making UI in Godot. Some people don't like it. And like that's fine if you don't like it, but I think having nesting like that gives me so much control over how I lay everything out. So to me, I think it works really well, honestly. So I'll probably I almost need to do something like the inventory where I have like some info on the side. Or maybe we just do more like how the inventory is, because there's not really a lot of information that I need to explain with each one. So I think we're going to do it more like just a vertical box. Same with the bait too. So we'll call these ones lures. And oops. Let's duplicate it again, and these ones will be bait. Get this centered. I guess I need to put these instead of scroll containers, so... Oops. So call this one lures. Let's delete that guy. And this one, bait. Let me just make sure I'm setting this up the proper way. Because I do this, like, for example, instead of the shop menu. I should have just copied that menu instead, but it's too late. Yeah, it's the exact same setup. Okay. All right, so we're going to have it like this, and then just have horizontal, like, buttons in here. So this should work. It's funny when people just decide they have a studio and, like, turn themselves into a brand, like Stone Games or Dumpling Studios. Oh, yeah. Like, Big Boy Games makes sense because there's published games, but, like, ones without. Oh, no, it's all good. Ghost Soft Studios, yeah. And they have one game. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things, it's fine. It's like a way for people to separate their, like, personal, individual self from their company. This is a funny little AI pixel art background. Look at these gnarly pixels over here. Play their high quality game. Check it out. Oh god, I'm not gonna be able to. I doubt there's gonna be a volume slider and I won't be able to do it. Whoa. Ah, it's too loud. Hold on, let me open this in my browser so I'm not dying from audio overdose. Then I can mute the site. Yeah, the formatting is a little bit broken. There's probably like a Bitcoin miner. But through the browser, it's usually pretty safe. So A and D to move, E to interact. You can't see the UI. No active orders. Spacebar is pause, which is the most cursed control I've ever seen in my life. Receiving orders. So I have DoorDash. Ooh. Whenever I go into my phone, it resets my... What is it? Delivered to flat 403? How do I know what floor this is? So I just have to kind of guess. There's the shop. I can't read the text. You can't hold more pizzas. Yeah, I don't know how to... oh, I can just go to the right. But then I'm on the left? Oh, it says what floor I'm on up there, so I'm assuming then I can't move that way. Do I move to the left? All right, well, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Oh, yeah, Windows Audio Mixer. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, eventually, you know, you think about the studio name Big Boy Games, but that was around before I even had any games out. So I was once one of those people, you know, that had this funny studio name without any games. So that's just how it goes. Sometimes it is sort of like a fake it till you make it thing. So yeah, funny thing about that, major studios, Epic Games, Ubisoft, Rockstar Games don't call themselves studios by name. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, DoorDash and the stock image is crazy, yeah. Why do you think Minecraft doesn't show you how many total items are in your inventory? I just don't think it's like necessary information most of the time for people, you know? The only thing that matters in Minecraft is like whether you have a slot open or not, you know? Oh, it's like part of the joke. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Oh, intentional game design. Why do you think Minecraft? Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. It's cooler to have a studio name instead of a random name, so I'm for it, yeah. I think it's fine. But let's see here. I'm gonna need to set up some code that will automatically populate these. I'm going to create tackle box menu. This is going to extend menu. And that's what this extends, right? Yeah. So it's got some lists and stuff here. Back into here, let's say lure list and bait list, because we'll eventually explore bait. All right, and let's set those up. So lures, boom, bait, boom. So we're going to have a new type of panel, pretty much. It's going to be like the item panel, but now it's going to be called like the equipment panel. Or I'll probably just call it tackle panel, because it is tackle after all. All right. And we'll rename it tackle panel. And there's a lot of extra garbage that we don't need in this panel. So like we can get rid of the stats thing. We don't need move to tank anymore. This is the tackle panel. I'm making sure I'm not deleting everything. Get rid of info now. So this will just be set to begin. Ooh, excuse me. I don't need a lot of this stuff. I don't need this rarity thing. I don't need the sparkles. I don't need weight. I deleted no, I needed, didn't I? Let's go back to items. Item panel. I do need the... Okay, so I see how this is. Hold on, I'm going to copy everything in here again, and we're just going to redo it a little bit. So I didn't read the nodes. So we have the center panel. We don't need the H separator or the cell button there. So get rid of those. And then over here we have stats and move to tank. So this is now going to be called equip. We don't really need stats anymore. Set that to center. All right, so it's going to have info in here. That's going to be the description. We don't need sparkles. We don't need rarity. We don't need weight or cost because there are no such thing. But we do need icon. In the background, it doesn't really make sense to have a background on this one.
Hey,
it's not like there's rarities.
I sent you Discord message.
Ew.
Please check once you have time. Really having a bad issue and we are looking for any help we can find.
Bad issue, oh.
Sorry to bother.
It's all good. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out after stream is over for sure. So you have an official website? I do. I do have an official website. I need to really update it. There's like not a lot of stuff on there. I don't have lured in on there at all. There's also like a really old photo of me anyways. So I'll probably update that. Yeah, I probably should put lured in on the website. I have a whole game section, but it just doesn't even have... So, did someone take .com? Probably. We can go look at Squarespace domains and just see if it exists. Big Boy Games. There is bigboy.games, and I totally would have gone for that, but it's unavailable, so. Yeah, I don't know. I guess .com is... Yeah, it's unavailable, so. We couldn't get it, but it's fine. .net is okay. It doesn't matter. There's also chipplays.com. Yeah, I do have chipplays.com. Yeah, it's just not worth it with stuff like that. Like sometimes there's the domain you want, but it's like $5,000. I'm not going to spend that much money on a domain name. So bigboygames.net is fine. Well, we did initially do it through domains, through Squarespace. Unfortunately, we had to switch because we bought it on Google domains and then Squarespace bought Google domains. So now it's through Squarespace. Squarespace kind of sucks, but it's fine. I mean, it's relatively easy to go through Squarespace. There's other domain hosters, but I find that they're always a lot more expensive and stuff. So that's whatever. And it's nice that they automatically set up like a SSL certificate for you and everything. You know, it's easy. But I definitely I don't build the site through Squarespace though. We do that on Wix instead. It's just Wix is better. I had a ton of issues trying to get everything formatting properly on Squarespace. Honestly, eventually, like one of these days, I'll probably just swap this all over to Firebase and just design it myself with HTML and CSS and stuff. So one of these days. I have my domain through GoDaddy. Oh, yeah. It's the previous owner who never used the domain was holding it through them. Okay. Yeah. That's man, the whole like system for domains and stuff is stupid. Because you can just, what companies tend to do is just buy a bunch of random domains for ultra cheap or like capture them first. And so then you're forced to go through them instead of a different, you know, domain hosting company. It's really like frustrating sometimes. Yeah, and then they can just charge whatever they want. They can be like, all right, this one costs $10,000 because we feel like it. And it's like, man, that's dumb. Yeah, right. It's very frustrating. I do wonder if like Big Boy Games is had that situation where it's on like a you know, a specific thing. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna go to it on my phone because it's not as dangerous. What is this? Sorry, if you are the owner of this website, please contact your hosting provider, Webmaster. cPanel. So it's through whatever the frick Webmaster is? Webmaster. Yeah, it's through like this thing. See, this is the thing. It's through just some random like garbage website. Like I bet if I search Big Boy Games, it's here. So it's $15 a year. Like it's fine. It's about how much Squarespace costs. But do they even do like SSL certificates and stuff, or would you have to do that yourself? Because if we have to do it ourselves, it's just not. It's too much work. Yeah. See, there's all this stuff. Domain redemption is $150. Ugh. This is the thing that sucks about domains. It's just dumb. Whatever. Yeah, watch me. I know. I was a little worried about that. I'm like, it's super scary going to like random websites like that. What to do when two streamers you like are streaming at the same time? I don't know. I suppose it's up to you. Let's go connect this button up, connect pressed, and here. Oops, did that into the item panel script. Hold on, we're gonna copy all this code. Delete it all. All right, so there's no cell press, there's no move tank. We're just gonna say connect to here on equip pressed. There's no such thing as sell items. We don't need to get value. There's very few things that we have to do here. Update info. We don't need to do any of this stuff. We probably don't need to do set shine, but we'll see. What does this have? I guess I'll get a reference to the equip button. We don't even need to do that, but sure. And there's no stats label, so just description. Makes more sense. Panel. I didn't save properly because sell button doesn't exist. Call this equip button. Then set shine. I don't want to do that. And stats label. This is now called the description. Set shine again, get out of here. All right, now I save it. Put the equip button in the description. Good. And I will need the icon. I guess I just do that here, yeah. All right, we're getting there. I can try and make you a website if you're fine with only HTML and CSS. I mean, it's all good. I'm probably just gonna do it like myself just for fun, honestly, because I want to explore doing some of the more modern APIs and stuff, like the new like React stuff. What is that one called? I can never remember the names. There's like a couple that people use these days. It's like Tailwind, and it has like an atomic icon. Modern website APIs. what's the new, or it's not an API, it's like a framework. There's just a bunch, and I want to see like how they work because it might just be fun to try. I tried 10 website frameworks. Material design. It might be Angular I'm thinking of. Tailwind does seem nice for doing the CSS stuff. I'm trying to remember what the one is. There's this guy in a isn't semantic. Yeah, website side quest, exactly. I can't remember the name. I've never really used like React, and I'd like to learn that also. What's it called? I can't remember. I've mentioned it before. I thought it was like a variant of React or something. Well, it's probably React. But I thought there was like a new version of React or something. Yeah, I don't know. One of these days, though, I want to explore them. According to GoDaddy, the COM version was registered in 2006, so that's crazy. I had 3 today, and we were regular streams with 2 hours of overlap with someone else. Yeah. Website side quest, yeah. Did I watch Good Giz? He seems familiar. I've probably seen at least one of these videos before. I don't know if I've ever seen this guy. I feel like I've definitely seen like one of these thumbnails before, but I don't think I've ever actually watched these videos. But yeah, they seem interesting. Yeah, he's been doing videos for a while. All the way back to here. He's releasing a game. Finishing his game after 6 years. Yeah. Seems cool though. I don't think anyone really goes to websites anymore, to be honest. Once you go to Steam's website and download it, you can just delete your browser. Yeah, that's true. For games, yeah. Not safe for work spam. I just joined my Discord server. That happens all the time, dude. I get like one of those like every couple days usually. I'm honestly considering just having a channel on the Discord server where if you send a message in it, it just instantly bans you. Because that would kind of be like an easy way to filter those people out, because they always just automatically send a message in every channel, so they'll just send it in the ban channel and then they're instantly gone. The only thing that would suck though is I know regular people are going to post in there just for the funnies, and then I'm going to have to constantly unban people that made mistakes by accident, so that's going to be kind of really annoying to do constantly. Obviously, I'll warn people. I'll be like, do not post in this channel or you will instantly get banned. But people are still going to do it. So, just don't unban. I mean, that's fair, honestly. Maybe. So, move to tank. I don't care about that one. Inventory changed. Purchased. I don't need to do any of those. I don't need to update this ever because, well, we'll see what happens. Description text. This should be pretty much good to go. Don't need to do that. And then I need to figure out like how to lock it. So. Done that with some other ones before. I think I just changed the modulate of everything. I think I do that like inside of the upgrade panel. Yeah, if locked, I just say text locked. Then I set it to dim gray. We'll do that. And we'll just do that on ready since you can't buy research while you're in the place. So we can just check, you know, locked is equal to global dot. We have to get the info. So instead of item data, it's just going to be equipment data. I have to go add that to the thing over there too. The lures table does not exist yet. I might change it away from being the lures table just into tackle table. Because now I realize like we're gonna have multiple things like bait, all this other stuff. So it's easier just to have it all in one section. So let's just do that. In tackle, the word is already like plural, so I'm just gonna call it tackle. So make sure everything's connected. Dictionary string, dictionaries. All right, go down to minigames table. We got ads going on. My apologies, guys. All right, should be good. What is this? Can't resolve. Tackle table. Tackle. I didn't spell it wrong. This always happens. Sometimes I just have to close global and then open it again, and then that's fine. Nope, it still can't resolve it for some reason. So tackle table. And a script, boom, tackle table. I don't know why it's saying it can't resolve it. I don't know what's wrong. It's not that this isn't there or something. Is it that this script extends resource? To save the script. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, obviously it can resolve it. Let's reload the project. Something's wrong. You assume people read, yeah. I'll reply to everything after the ads are over. It's still parsing. Well, maybe it's just because, why is the inventory menu not parsing? So it did parse. I don't know why it said it didn't. Okay, now that one's fine. All right. Tackle table. What is this? Equipment data? Oh, okay. Call it tackle data. And change this to tackle ID. Just to be consistent. There's no such thing as value, so get rid of that. We don't need amount. We just need name and description. Get rid of the middle one. So we don't want, you know, X1 here or whatever. Oops. Tackle data is what I meant to put instead. Okay, I think we're good to go now. I don't know why we would need the scroll container. Oh, just to ensure that it's visible. But I don't have a reference to it, so where do I actually do that? Oh, I do that like in the parent script of this node, right? Okay. All right, ads are over. Sorry about that. Let's see. Ace, welcome in. Love Lured in. I'm playing right now. Thank you very much. Very Very glad to hear that you're liking it. I appreciate it. Let's see, you're saying your game feels flat. I don't know what to add, like more layers. I don't know if more layers are necessarily what you would need. Let's take another look at what we got going on. I think definitely like, I mean, one thing that sort of stands out to me in terms of like the visual style of everything is probably like your background. I think you could definitely spice that up a bit more, do like a little bit more of a gradient or have clouds back there or something. Because right now it's just sort of a flat, solid color. I mean, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but I think there's more potential there. I would look around at some other games, honestly, because with art like this, it's always so helpful to do that. I know that like Limbo kind of has a little bit of a vibe of what your game has going on, where you got like the silhouettes. So looking at something like this, you can kind of like get some inspiration for ignore that for backgrounds and stuff, you know. And they've got like a lot of these like objects, and it's pretty blurred out in the background. The way I would sort of emulate that like blurred effect with pixel art is I would just do like super low contrast on your layers back here, so they're almost like invisible. And you could do a blur shader if you want. It depends on whether you're trying to be like super ultra pixel purist with everything. I feel like a blur shader probably would look kind of good, but it just depends. And then they also made another game. Although it is like a 3D game, it has the same vibe. I forget what it's called though. The developers. Let me just go look at what the other game is called. It's called like Inside, I think. Yeah. Now this is a 3D game, but it's still like, it's got a lot of scenes that feel very Limbo-esque. It depends on exactly what you're going for. So, you know, you could also like look at something like that. There's another game, another pixel art game that came out that also has a very similar vibe. Also, I'd look at something like Dome Keeper. Just thinking of different like games you could take inspiration from. A lot of this is like these backgrounds and stuff that they do for Dome Keeper, I think look really cool. So, you know, you can kind of take some inspiration from stuff like this to make it look a lot more interesting. What's that game called? It's like making an FPS pixel art game in Game Maker. I'll see if I can find it. I probably won't be able to. I've seen it around a bunch though. I'm gonna start getting into weird stuff. It's not an FPS. It's like a Game Maker 2D side scroller. I'll instantly recognize it when I see it. It's what is it called? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Somewhere. Maybe one day. It's gonna annoy me forever now. You made it in Game Maker. Game Maker 2D game. I'm never gonna be able to remember. It's just the same videos over and over. That's frustrating. There was this like one game, it was like green and black was the color scheme, you know? If anyone knows. I can look it up online, see if I can find anything about it. 2D platformer game made in Game Maker. Need a single image. I don't know if it was a platformer. I'm I'm never gonna be able to find it, guys. It's quite annoying. There's like robot guys, I think, or something that attack you. I never played it. Ah. Well, I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. It's quite unfortunate. Just can't remember what it's called. I don't even know like what to look up to find it. Maybe if I look up like making my dream game. Something. Maybe I'll find it. One last try. We're gonna get all the same videos again. Please. I remember one of the videos, the title was like 6 months something. Game Maker game 6 months later. Game Maker. It's gonna annoy me forever now. 6 months later. Come on. Come on. Come on, it'll be here somewhere. I found it. This game. It's called Return. Right. Okay. I did it, guys. I finally found it. Oh, let's see. There's the Domekeeper artist going over his art. Oh, very nice. Yeah, definitely watch all this stuff for sure. Okay, this is the freaking game I've been trying to find. Mentioned a moment ago? Oh, who did? Oh, yeah, you did. You did mention Return. Okay. My bad. But yeah, this has some cool backgrounds and stuff. Apparently you already knew about it. But they do have a lot of depth to these. I mean, the thing that I'm seeing here is that they have extremely low contrast on their backgrounds. Like if you look at your background compared, they have like they have the foreground and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers, and you have 3. So you could definitely throw in some more layers in between here. What I'd probably do is like not more layers of just more buildings, but think of like other decorations and stuff that would be kind of layered between these buildings. So like you could have some like street lamps or some other like things that would tower in between these. And definitely like for the full on background back here, like, yeah, do something like add some clouds, or you could do like a slight gradient or something. I think just to make it look like, when I think of a abandoned city like this, there's going to be like this heavy like layer of smog. And so that's something that you could kind of take a look at, you know, smog. You know, cities always have that like smog layer around. And I think that really helps give off like a dilapidated, abandoned vibe. So you could do something kind of like that. Like you could literally have a cloud layer of your smog in between these layers of buildings. I'd probably do one more layer of these buildings for like some really big ones in the background that are almost the exact same as the color of your background. So it would just help make the background feel a little deeper, I think. Took me so long to find this stupid game. It's okay that we did it. Finally did it. But yeah, I think the visuals of this game are pretty neat. So I should have just read chat and then you would have found it for me. Ooh, it's clouds. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't read anything in here now. Some random smoke, random neon signs. Yeah, I mean, if this is like a city that's already destroyed completely and nobody lives here anymore, then I'd probably like, you can still add in the signs, make sure that they're not on. So, but yeah. Let me see. Why forward development time? Yeah, we're adding in a whole bunch of new stuff. Question about the game: will the full game be free? It will not. It will not be free because I need money to live. It'll probably be pretty cheap. I'm probably guessing like somewhere around 7 USD or 8 USD, somewhere in that range. But it's something I haven't really fully decided yet, so don't take that as the actual price. It's just sort of what I'm assuming right now, but it might be vastly different. I have no idea. But probably pretty cheap though. Yeah, sorry about all the ads. Best game maker game of all time, Undertale, yeah. What is Undertale? Okay. $90 CAD. Yeah, it's gonna be $5,000 CAD and $4 USD. Because that's the conversion rate. So imagine a subscription service to play Lured In. That'd be wild. Anyways. But yeah, I think just a couple more layers. And just like making the background actually feel more alive and like dynamic, you know? That always really helps a lot. Like things that move, even if it's something as simple as just like a smog cloud layer that slowly like scrolls across in the background. I think that would add a lot of motion and like visual interest to your background, you know? I can't like see, these are all screenshots, but I bet if we look at, oh god, like the video of this game playing, I bet a lot of these backgrounds have like stuff happening back there. Not really as much as I would expect. I would honestly even think more motion in the background would be cool in a game like this, but you know, they've got the rain and all these other particles going on, and so it really does help make things feel a lot more alive. And just how many layers they have, it really does like help a lot, I think. Now, something I'd say about specifically, one last thing about your background is I think the visual scale of things are just ever so slightly off, if I'm being honest. These buildings in the foreground look like the same size as the buildings in the background, and that's kind of a little problematic because it makes it feel like I think that's part of the reason why it's feeling a little flat right now. I'd probably make these background buildings a lot smaller and push them up like taller a tiny bit, you know? Because as things go, you know, as you go into the background, everything should become much, much smaller. So when you look at this game, you know, you have like these big trees in the foreground and they're massive, and then immediately in the background, everything starts to get super like tiny, right? So massive tree, smaller, 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 and it keeps like shrinking down as you go in the background, right? Like look how tiny these trees comparatively look in the background over here. So there's nothing wrong with the first layer of buildings. I think it looks fine, but I'd probably make these background buildings look like even smaller, visually, just size wise. Like you want kind of this layering of details. So like the way that I think about this whenever I do parallaxing, right? If we open up a big sheet really quick. So you've got like your front layer, and everything in your front layer like visually should be big, you know? So like here's your tiles or whatever. And if you have like an object, it should like take up a big chunk of the screen. And then as you go like the next layer behind, it's like things relatively are going to be like half the scale. So if you have like that same sign in your background layer, you know, it's going to be significantly smaller. And that's how you emulate the illusion of depth. And then the next layer, right? Again, visually even smaller. And so you get this like, it's like you're looking deep into the environment. So the issue is like you have this set up and your buildings, like the first layer of buildings look fine. You know, I think they're like about the right scale. But then the scale behind that, like they're still like the same size. You know what I mean? And it makes the buildings in the background look too small. So it sounds backwards, but like if you make the buildings in the background tinier, I think they feel like bigger in a way. Like they feel more like they're in the background of everything. So that's what I would personally say to just improve that layer a bit. you know, because then you look at this and you get a much better idea of depth. And I'd put even another layer in the background, like maybe some really distant mountains or something, honestly. You know, and I would make the contrast of that almost the exact same as your like sky color, you know, something like this. Because that way, like, if you keep the contrast low, it's not too visually distracting. So I'd look into doing something like that. Adding chains right now, that could work too, yeah. Like in between some of these buildings or something like that. Yeah, just keep me updated. I can keep throwing tips out and stuff as you work on things. All right, so none of these really matter. I don't need Ascension purchased, any of that stuff, because it's not going to happen while you're inside of this screen. We don't need cell mode changed or visibility changed. Those are just not things. All right, unlocked is going to be equal to global dot get research level of tackle data dot required research. It's greater than or equal to 0, or less than or equal to 0. So that's when it's going to be locked. So var, oops, locked type bool is false. Then I'm going to say if locked, then it's going to be equal to this. So we're going to say not the buy button, but the equip button will be disabled. The text will say locked and everything will be dim gray. So hopefully that'll work. I also want to check this, like only if global.research table.has, or I'll just say if it has, we'll do this. Boom. Because if we don't have a required research, I don't want it to like look like it requires one. All right. Now, there's no such thing as item entry, so let's get rid of that. I don't need a reference to your inventory. There's no such thing as value, so I don't care about that. It's always going to be visible, so there is no thing like that. All right, so this is looking pretty good in here. Now we're just gonna generate these in here. Chains didn't work. Try to figure out having simplicity yet immersion. Yeah, simplicity is really hard to do because it's like it's this fine line of not going overboard but still having just enough to make things look interesting. I do think this game handles that really well. I'm sure you're using a palette, right? I'd probably, like, I think you really should do what they're doing here. And mix your layers in with the color of your sky color. Just break your palette. Don't worry about it. You know, it's fine. For the background colors here, you need to get that nice, like, transition from full darkness into your sky color. So here's an easy trick. Right? Do you want to know what I would do in this case to make that transition a lot easier for yourself? So I'm assuming that you're using Godot or using a different engine. Because if you're using Godot, it's pretty easy. All right. So you have those layers as images, right? Draw them in just pure white. All right. Something like this. So you have your layers, and then you have like two colors. So you have your foreground color here, right? And you have, let's say your background color is this color. Essentially what you need to do to figure out what the color of these backgrounds should be is just like merge these two colors together, right? Because the thing here, this is not like a palette here that it's using. It might be a palette, but more than likely what they're doing is mixing this color with this color and just doing that in steps, because that's what real life is. When you look at like mountains in the distance or something, it's being blended with the color of the sky. So I would just kind of like figure out, like merge these two colors together. this plus this, I mean, for an in-between color, right in between, you basically just say, you can do this using code inside of Godot. There's an extremely easy way to mix two colors in Godot, and you just say like color dot, I think it's just color dot mix, where there's like in here, there's a function to do it. Yeah, you just do color dot blend. So you're gonna say like get your foreground color, right? And let's just say like for now color dot black dot blend, and then color dot white. And I think you can choose how much it gets blended by, if I'm not mistaken. If not, you can just blend it as like in a different way. Clamp, get luminance. Oh yeah, you just do lerp. Just do this. So say dark foreground color, sky color, and then you can choose like what percentage you want to blend them. So like your foreground color, you would do 0 because it's the black color. And then each layer after that, you can do like 0.2, 0.5, 0.7, and then the one right before the sky, like very close to 1, and your sky would just be 1. So that's the way I would probably just calculate your colors. Like, there's no need to have to spend the time and try and like blend these manually, because it's really hard to do that. And if you want to change the color of your sky or your foreground, it's just annoying to do that, right? So I'd probably just do this with code if I'm being real. And if you keep these as white textures, right, like this, then you just set the modulate to whatever that color becomes here. So you just say background.modulate is equal to that, and you're done. And you don't even have to like do a fancy for loop or anything. You just do something like this, right? Background 1, background 2, background 3. And you just set like different values on these. So like 0, 0.2, 0.5, 0.7, 0.9 or something. And you can just like tweak these values until it looks correct. I'd probably just do that if I'm being real. So you could give that a try and see what you think. I feel like that would give you a nice transition from foreground to background, but definitely experiment, see what happens. But I can send you this code if you want. It's pretty easy to write, but. And then you would just replace color.black like you can do instead here, color like this. And then you can input your actual color in here. You can change it to like a hex value if you want and enter it in. So yeah. But let me know if that helps. I think it should be a lot easier for you to do it that way. All right, let's see here. So that'll become dim gray. Generate fish stats. There's no such thing as fish stats. I think I get rid of that. Okay. Is that pretty much everything here? I think so. So let's go into the tackle box menu now. And we're just going to say on function ready. Global.tackle table. We're just going to add it all in. So list.add child panel var panel is equal to preload. Tackle panel dot scene panel dot tackle ID is equal to ID, and then we just add the panel. All right. And then into the fishing region, we need to connect this button up. So when we call tackle box, I'm just going to connect pressed and go over to the menu, which apparently I don't have. Tackle box menu. Say pressed is now connect to. Oh wait, it's still called keep net menu, isn't it? Whoopsies. Fix that. Rest. Connect to tackle box menu. Oops, wrong one. Hold on. Tackle box menu, and we want to connect it to toggle. Boom. So we should be good to go now. Let's try it out. I don't know what's going to happen. This might crash, but... yep. It's because I accidentally called this item panel. Let's try that again. I crashed again because there's no such thing as tackle ID. Ooh. Oh, I didn't instantiate it. I'm a silly guy. What's going on now? Equip. Oh. I don't know why it's even under a VBox container anymore, to be honest. I don't think there's a reason for it to be, because I don't have anything above or below it, so just keep it in the middle. Let's try that again. Okay. So we should be able to go here. It's already open for some reason. Okay, a little quirky. Why is it opening like that? Should be set to centered. I guess it's just the pivot offset ratio is not set to the middle for some reason. Also, let's make sure that these boxes are actually expanding. Boom, boom. Oops. Let's try that again. And I think I forgot to call ready, which is why the menu is broken. So let's fix this really quick. Or call super or whatever, you know. Sorry for the Steam notifications. All right, let's try this again. Tackle box. Now it's opening from the bottom right. It's very strange how it seems to be like shifting the origin point. All right, so we got a couple things in here that are a little broken. The icons are enormous for some reason, so I need to fix those. And the descriptions don't seem to be working, probably because I set it to 2. And it's not supposed to be like that. Let's just set that to 1. Yeah, that's probably why. Then if I return and go back in. There we go. So, icons are still way too big. Let's go into the tackle panel. So, I don't want this to have a minimum size of 115 anymore. I think probably just like 64, like, that's much better. I can also increase the size of the tackle box menu, kind of make it more like the inventory menu or something. It's 700 by 500. I think it's just a little better that way. I mean, maybe a little smaller than that. You know, it's hard to say. I feel like that's pretty decent size right there. I still don't know why it's opening from the bottom right. It's kind of disorienting. So let's go look at like how I open these other menus, because I shouldn't be doing that. Let's look at the keep net. So the layout on that is set to center. The transform, I don't even have the pivot stuff, interestingly. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because now that it's just before I didn't have like ready being called, and that's probably why the pivot offset was funny. I bet it'll be fine now. Let's try it out though. There we go. Beautiful. It's looking pretty good. So now you can go into your tackle box and equip stuff. Oh, I clicked on it, but it... what is this? Ensure control visible. Oh yeah, I didn't set the container, the scroll container, so... I think I'm doing that inside of here. Where I set it to our item scroll container. So let's go back into the tackle box menu, and I'm going to say panel dot... and it's going to be equal to... blurs. So the reason I do that is because when you're on controller, I need to make sure that this whole box becomes like it stays visible when you navigate to it with the focus. So basically that's exactly what that's doing. Okay. Tackle box. All right, now it doesn't crash anymore. So yeah, we can't select these while they're locked. Next thing now is whenever we hover over this node, I want it to say, you know, requires research, blah, blah, blah. So let's go into... I think I do that inside of the upgrade panel, actually. I wonder if I just do that in process, do I? I do. I mean, that's fine. Just gonna copy this process event, bring it into here. All right, so there's a lot of things that I don't need to check that every time. I don't need to run any of this if it's not visible in tree. How do I calculate mouse hover it? I'll figure that one out. I don't need to know all of this stuff. It's never going to require upgrades, so let's just require... Boom. So just this section. It's very hard for me to articulate how I want this game to go, and the story is so beautiful, I feel I'm going to mess it up. Yeah, that is always like a difficult thing. I've definitely ran into that before with games and stuff, where it's like where I have this like vision and this idea, but it's the trying to like take what is in my head and turn it into something real and tangible can be really hard sometimes, you know? So I absolutely feel that. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I say about having that issue. I don't know. To be honest, I haven't really like explored a game yet that's like super story related. I think it's because most of the time when I do try and do that, I, you know, struggle to make it kind of feel the way I want it to. And that's always a really tricky thing to battle. I think the big thing I would say for sure, just when it comes to making any game in general, is like story stuff does matter, but definitely make sure that you're like creating a game first and foremost. I think sometimes it can be a lot easier to figure out how to write a story and make it work if you already know what the gameplay is looking like. So if you're at that stage where you're not sure how to implement the story, it could just be because you're not sure how that the gameplay is going to be fitting into something like that. At least that's just what I always feel like, where it's like sometimes when those two don't work with each other, it really causes a lot of friction and it's hard to do either side of it. So, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wish I had more wise words. Yeah, articulating stuff like that though is always so hard. I mean, it kind of like is similar to just creating a pitch for any kind of game, you know? The thing I'd always say is like I tend to focus, really think about like the fantasy, you know, and like what actually matters to people about the thing you're creating. Like with Lured In, I could have like, you know, talk about the things that I think are cool. I could be like, you get to buy upgrades, and but like, that's just like boring. Like, I mean, obviously you can. I try and like focus more on like the fantasy of what you get to do as a player. And I think that's the same. I imagine it's a similar sort of thing when you're telling a story as well. Is like, you can obviously create parts of it that are like meaningful and personal to you. I guess the challenge is like, how do you create something that's so personal that can also be expressed and explained to people that have no idea what it is, right? It's complicated. Yeah. I don't know if I have anything to say that would be super helpful on that. Yeah, it's just difficult. I think I would just like really think about like, I think whenever I have a problem like that, or like specifically with writing, is really break it down into what your ultimate goals are. So like if you're trying to tell a story and you're not exactly sure how to tell that story, like think about not necessarily what the story is, but like how do you want people to feel about the story, and work backwards sort of from there. Like how should people feel at the end of the game after they already know the story? And then you can start to build toward those key moments, if that makes sense. That's just what I'm thinking right now, and how I would probably go about something like that. I don't know if it's the best way to or not, but I don't know. Are you going to hide their name and description? I don't know if we will or not. I mean, all the research is visible, so like you can just see what it's called and stuff inside of the research tree. So there's kind of not really a reason to hide them, but we'll have to see. So I need to check tackle data. Oh, so we'll have it. I'm just going to check if it's empty. Okay, so now we're going to check here if completed research does not have... I don't really check completed research anymore. I'm just going to check if global get research level, right? Call this tackle data. Let me get research data. I don't need to do any of this stuff. I just need to say if locked and then get my research data. I realize. Okay. Then I don't even need to bother doing it if it's not hovered. So just say if hovered. All right. Now I can go set up var mouse hovered. Bool is false. And then for calculating whether the mouse is hovered, how do I do that on the item panel? Because do I just have like some signals hooked up for mouse entered and stuff? Or like, how do I do this? Cell pressed. Oh, I already have that variable set up, I think, right? Oh, wait, where do I even do mouse hovered? Oh, I don't do it in there. I do it in like the upgrade panel. Oopsies. That's why I couldn't find it anywhere. Okay, so I do set up mouse entered and exited. So let's go do that on the tackle panel. And just set mouse hover to true and false. And now I can check whether mouse is hovered. All right, so we should be able to hover over and it'll tell us what research we need. I may know I've been sounding vague, like it's some crazy thing, but to be honest, still trying to figure it out. I want to find a way to convey that good can be found and bad based on the people I've seen struggling, but making peace in the many countries I've lived in. Yeah, I want to make a soulless world where a soul can be found. Yeah, I mean, I totally feel it. That's the hard part about making stories, right? Is like taking a feeling and an emotion or like this very abstract concept like that you want people to feel and experience, and like turning that into something that's like right, like tangible to people. It's always really hard. So that's like the big like challenge. I mean, that's the whole, like, that is what writing is, you know, really, when you get down to it. It's like taking a feeling and making it something that can be felt. Yeah. Why is this crashing? Oh, it's because I don't have research data. Then why is it locking it? Locked should be false. Oh, I should only say if it's empty. Or no, if it's not empty, then locked is equal to... I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let's go look at the tackle table. Maybe I set it up so it requires lures or whatever. Oh, I am requiring a research that doesn't exist, so I'm just gonna comment that out. That's what's happening. Ooh. Yeah, I'm trying to think like how I would go about turning that into like an experience, right? I think honestly, the first thing that comes to mind with something like that is like when it's that sort of like an emotion like that that's very closely related to like people and their lives and their, you know, their selves. I think something that would probably really help you achieve that kind of storytelling is adding NPC characters that you can actually communicate with and stuff, right? Unless you want to go the route of like, because I mean, it's hard to like, yeah, that good can be found in bad, right? Yeah. I think once you get started on stuff like that, it's really going to help you understand how you want to tell that story a lot easier, you know? It's always like, so I feel like a lot of the times when I work on games like that, there's always moments like that where there's these jumps that you have to make and you just sort of have to trust yourself through a certain part of it where it's like you're not 100% sure if what you're adding in is going to work or solve your problem, but sometimes you've just got to try, you know? I think it almost feels like that's maybe sort of the spot you're at right now where it's like it's hard to see the whole thing as a complete cohesive thing right now, but I think as time goes on and you keep checking off boxes of things that you want added in, I think you'll start getting a lot closer to telling the story that you want to tell. But anyways, gonna go to sleep because it's brutally late. Yeah. Apologize for you staying up so late. But yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for coming in the stream. I appreciate it. And yeah, good luck with your game. Definitely keep me updated on stuff. Did I put the freaking hook on backwards again? I'm pretty sure that the fishing hooks, they like the little spine goes backwards. Hold on. I keep doing that. I don't know why my brain tells me to put it on backwards. Well, let's go fix it. I don't want stupid. Someone's gonna look at the hook and then be like, this guy doesn't even know what he's doing. And then I'm gonna lose all my credibility. I mean, it's a pretty easy thing to fix, but it's just like stupid. Boom, fixed. That looks better this way anyways. All right. Whatever. Oh, did that like shift it off to the right more now? Yeah, maybe a tiny bit. I might just nudge it to the left by a pixel. Okay, so now we have to implement like which lure you have equipped and stuff like that. So I don't think it's gonna be that hard. It's like a stat I'm gonna need to save inside of you know, in here. So kind of up like where our inventory variable is. And it's actually, I guess, going to be saved in user data. Yeah, I guess that's the way that I do this, huh? Oh, well, yeah, like user data just is a list of all the things we save. And that's saved game data, so that makes sense. Excuse me, guys. So we're gonna save active lure, right? And it's gonna be whatever our active lure is. Hey. So it's gonna be a string of an ID. And then whenever we select a lure, we can set it to the active lure. So I'm gonna have a signal for lure changed. And that way I can check if a lure is already equipped or not. So back into here, I'm gonna say on equip pressed global dot active lure is equal to tackle ID. And then say lure change dot emit, and we're gonna connect up a thing for that. All right. I think this will work. Also on load game data to make sure I'm loading that in. User data.get. Oops. Save it properly, right? Yeah, I did. All right, so now we know which lure is selected, and that'll save your selection even when you close the game and stuff, because it's just a good idea. So we're gonna have a function for updating whether it's equipped or not. I'm just gonna call it like function update status. Then I'll say if we are not locked, right? Or I'll just say if we're locked, we return, because there's nothing we should be doing if we're locked. And then I will say if global.active lure is equal to our tackle ID, then I know that it's the same one that we have. So I want to say equip button.text is equal to equipped, right? Otherwise, it'll be set to equip. And I'm also going to say here equip button.disabled is true, right? And disabled is false. And I'm going to connect up a signal here. So after everything happens, we're going to say global.lureChange.connect to update status. Where's update info? I don't even know. Oh, it's just that one. And I'm also going to forcibly call update status. So hopefully that'll mean that only one can be selected at a time. We're going to see what happens. There is some fancy new UI nodes, I think, for that. It's like where you get to select one to be exclusive to the others. But I think this should work just fine. So now if I hit equip, it shows equipped, and I can't click it again. Whenever I do that also, I'm probably going to make it do like a little, particle. So we say global dot dot sparkle particles. And yeah, just call it. So I think that should work pretty well. I might add in one more lure type. This is like a default lure, and that way we can, you know, you can like choose to not use a lure if you don't want to, in case like we add in lures that have like negative effects or something. You don't want to be stuck with it on forever. So let's go into the tackle table, and I'm just going to add like boring lure. Right. And I think I actually have a icon for this, icon hook. Boom. I just call this. It's not really a lure, it's just a hook. But I'll just call it your bog standard hook. Not bog standard. I think I already have a description like that. Run-of-the-mill hook. Nothing special here. Does not require a research. I'll make this one then the agile lure require one. Okay. So yeah, I think that'll be a good idea to do that. And then back into the research table now. Got shiny lure. We're going to copy this one. Agile lure. Right. Unlocks the agile lure, which increases your casting speed. All right. So we got that guy in there now. And hopefully this all works. Let's see what happens. I should also make sure that the default value for your equipped, right, lure, active lure is actually equal to that, you know, the default lure. So li dot normal hook. Yeah, should be good. Just so we always have one equipped. And I probably have to reset my like data here, yeah. Okay. So that's just your normal boring hook. Increases your casting speed and shows the research we need. So yeah, I think this will be fun to be able to kind of customize your fishing rod a little bit. I might make it so that when you're holding your rod up like this, you can actually like see on the tip of your rod your hook there. Because I think it's just nice to visually see like what you're using there. Thank you for the hydrate off the rails. I appreciate it. How's it going? Okay. And then if I unlock those other guys in the research. So this is what our research tree is looking like now. It's pretty funky. I might change the ordering of the research in the table so that like this stuff is whatever before the ascension, so it's in the middle, because I think it would just look better that way. But it's going. Yeah, I feel it. Okay, so now I can equip all these others. So agile lure. Now we can actually implement frickin' mechanics, guys. Let's do it. Honestly, I'm surprised how fast I was able to add in this whole system. Yeah, I mean, it's basically done. Like, obviously, we have to make all the lures do stuff, but we have the menu to do it and research, and it's all set up. This is the great thing about data tables, I always think, is that it makes it extremely easy to add things into your game. Because you can just copy and paste stuff, like, super easy, and now you have a whole new thing that just works. I don't have to add in, like, a ton of new code to implement a new research. It's just data. So I wish I like, I mean, it's fine. I eventually figured it out, but I wish I like used this system of designing my games more in the early days, you know, when I didn't know how to program. Because if I would have been doing this for the whole time I've known how to program, I think I would have been making more games. But it's fine. It really does help prevent technical debt, I feel like. So what was I going into? Oh yeah, the fishing region. Let's go make it so it actually like increases your speed as soon as the ad. So we have a section in here where it's like our progress or something. We're increasing the let's just go check input. Is action pressed? Cast? Yeah, then we increment power here. So normally we're saying 0.2 plus power times 2. So instead of 0.2, I'm going to say var charge power is equal to 0.2. And then if global dot active lure is equal to li.lure dot agile lure, then charge power is equal to 0.4. And now let's put in charge power. I'm assuming that's what I need to do to make it faster. It definitely is. Okay, so that's just like a base value, so that's not the one I want to do. So change that back to 0.2. I want to change this to times charge power. So normally it's 2 times, now it's going to be 4 times. Let's see how that looks. So that does, it is a little faster. It's hard to like remember. Let's see. It definitely is faster. I might also just increase the base amount a tiny bit too to speed it up even more. Base power is 0.4, otherwise 0.2. All right, so this will make it go even faster because it'll start the initial power that you have at like a little bit larger. So now we get the agile lure and it goes super fast. So if you like find that it's taking you too long to cast, now you can just put on the agile lure and you cast way faster. It might not be like a great thing for everybody, but that's kind of the whole thing with tackles. Like, I don't care if it's perfect for everybody because you can just not use it. The idea with these tackles and stuff, I think, and lures are like, it's to allow people to play the game differently, you know, kind of open everyone up for different play styles. And I think that's really what this is for. So now I have another thing in here for like the nibble time, right? And in here, I think it's like right here. So I'm saying if it's less than the required nibbles, set the next one to that. All right, so now what we're gonna do is say it's equal to 1. Then if global dot active lure is equal to li.lure dot shiny lure, then nibble multiplier is equal to 2. And we're just going to divide this by the nibble multiplier. So that should like double the speed at which the, you know, the little like things that say wait on them, they should go faster now. So it's kind of a useful lure if you already have a really good like bite speed, but the thing that's slowing you down is the timing between these, right? Oh, that was the wrong one. That's the time that you get to choose, or you get to like reel in. Hold on. That's if we're already biting. I'm trying to remember where this is. No, isn't that the one though? Wait text. Yeah, this is the one. I think I just need to separate out our bite period away from this. Because it's going to call this again. Down here. And it's going to say bite. Well, I guess I set that to 2 seconds, so it should be fine. I don't know why why it seemed to just immediately make the go text go away then. I'm not sure why. Biting is false. Oh, that's if I actually like. I'm trying to figure out what happens here. I'm gonna print out this stuff so I can make sure I'm doing the right steps. I'm pretty sure that's the code that happens when I actually receive a bite from a fish, but I want to make sure. Okay, so it is. It seemed like my thing just like goes like instantly, and I'm like, what? Let's get rid of that. So we got ads going on. My apologies, everybody. See, that lasted so much longer. Huh. So I think what's going on here is that I need to make sure that this last one that happens here, if we're already on like a sufficient bite stage, right? I need to make sure this is a consistent time. So if bite stage is greater than required nibbles, then I set it to a much larger time. Otherwise, I want to set it to this one instead. I think that's what I want to do instead. And like, I don't want this to be a random value. It's just going to be 2 seconds flat. Setting up bite period, right? I think that's what's going on here. So now if I have my shiny lure on, it should like the nibble should go pretty fast, but the actual biting should be fine. And just really quick so I can like test this faster. I'm just gonna get a bunch of this. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully it all works out. Still seems kind of long. Maybe I'll check if I do actually have the lure. I'll make this like multiplier or this range less, just so we don't get those really long ones. Let's try this. Seems like it doesn't change anything. I might get rid of the nibble multiplier. I'm gonna print in here, just make sure it is actually running. Should be. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna set this to like a really low value. Should be pretty quick. Shouldn't see these last very long at all. See, how did that one last that long? It feels like much more than half a second. Unless I'm doing it again or something, which doesn't appear that I am. Okay. Yeah, let's see what it prints out in here. There's no way that was 0.25 seconds, right? What? That's not 0.3 seconds. That doesn't feel right. I'm also going to move those in there so it doesn't happen when, you know, we're at the proper byte stage. Unless what's happening is that it's somehow going in here before we're at... Because if it's less than required nibbles, then if we're at more than or equal to, then it's going to move on to this guy here. Something doesn't make sense here. I shouldn't ever call this. That doesn't make any sense. I think I know what's going on here. But this guy should always stay at 2 seconds here. At least it should. I'm going crazy. Let's try this again. See, why is it doing such a short period for the go period? Doesn't make any sense. It just like immediately goes. Ooh. I'm setting the wait time. Maybe it's like still continuing even if I set the wait time, you know? Like, let me print out what remaining time is or whatever. I know there's like a... Let me go look at this timer. Something is definitely off, though. I'm just gonna get a reference to the node. Okay. Yeah, and I want to see what the remaining time is. I don't remember what the thing is for that. I know there's a way to get remaining time. Thought it was just the wait time, but oh, time left is what it's called. Because maybe when you set wait time, it doesn't actually increase the wait time. Like maybe it still continues on. I have a feeling that's what's happening here. I think it would make sense because obviously, like, I think what we might need to do is stop the timer completely and then resume it. This is one of the reasons that like timers are annoying to deal with, because you can't like pause them very easily and stuff. Like, I mean, you can. This is why I typically just like using numbers, because I can just say stop subtracting a number from the number, and it's just way more straightforward, you know. Yeah, so it called byte, and it said the remaining time was 0.4 seconds. So obviously, whatever we're doing here, you can't just say wait time is 2. Okay. So that doesn't work. I think the only thing that works for is for the next thing that happens. So I think I might just want to say just start. And then at randef range like that. And I think that'll just immediately make it go, if I'm not mistaken. And that might be a lot more consistent this time. We'll see what happens. You see, that might be causing it to like time out multiple times. I don't know if calling start causes the timer to time out or not. I don't know how that works. It does seem to be more stable now, though. Like, I'm just gonna print another thing in here so I can monitor what's happening. So it's just randomly calling. Then we get a byte there. Okay, so I think it seemed okay. So it's definitely doing what I want now. Yeah, it's saying hit once and it only runs it one time. It actually does feel like 0.2 seconds now or whatever. It's actually reporting. All right, well, that's good to know. So I didn't realize like that was a thing before, but you can't just say wait time is equal to this. You have to call start again. Time's going process. Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know why. Like, you'd think that it would work, but that you could just say, you know, nah, your wait time is now this, but I guess it doesn't. It's just a weird little quirk. I'm just gonna comment this stuff. All right. So we should be good to go now. Drop pressed. I don't know what drop press does. What would drop? I guess I'm just gonna get rid of that signal because I don't think it does anything. Might have done that by accident. All right. Well, let's try the normal hook now. I might have accidentally increased the speed of the regular weight particles. We'll see what happens. I feel like that's pretty normal there. And then with the new one, it goes insane, you know. So now with the new one, we can watch it go. Oh, well, hold on. I actually, like, you know. Oh, rare fish. What do you know? Let's freaking go. Got a koi? Oh, my cute net's full. Let's try this out. I'll read that in just 1 second. Yeah, the weight thing now goes super fast. So that can definitely increase your fish catching speed. I mean, you can theoretically just turn those little weight particles off in the options, and so, you know, you can get around it. Though I kind of look at that more as like an accessibility thing, you know, so it's not like intentional. I think it's better to get this lure and do it gameplay wise, but if people, you know, want the accessibility options, then that's fine. Learning Redux right now. Why do people like to make messy stuff and pretend it solves issues? I don't know much about Redux. Oh, this is like a library here. There is so many, you know, website frameworks and stuff like this. It's really funny because it's like an endless cycle of they solve like one minor thing, but the rest of it is just kind of doesn't really solve things. That's why you have like 50 different things, you know, a million different JavaScript libraries, and they all like are slightly different. I mean, it happens with everything, you know. You look at, like, for example, Linux. Like, there's a million different versions of Linux, and that's just how it tends to go. But yeah, this is why sometimes, honestly, I am not a huge fan of like plugins and add-ons and stuff like this and frameworks, because like it's very sometimes it's kind of hard to use them. Like, when I am making games, for example, of course I'll use Godot, the engine, but that's pretty much usually as far as I go. I don't ever use plugins and stuff from the asset store. I just, like, I'd rather program the stuff myself, personally. And it kind of comes the same to me with like websites where I kind of really enjoy just using raw HTML and CSS and Java and stuff. It's like, I feel like I end up learning more and I have a very solid understanding of my whole code base. Sometimes like frameworks abstract things in ways that are confusing, to me at least. Not that frameworks aren't useful. I think for a ton of people, frameworks are great and people should use them, but that's just how I feel about them sometimes. Hey, Game Devable, welcome in. You're back from the dead. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been doing? It's made by some interns in Facebook 15 years ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like I needed to make a like a virtual keyboard for Starground. And there were like some semi solutions for it, but like I always felt like there was one aspect of those where it was like it wasn't quite exactly what I wanted. So I just ended up making my own. I think it ended up being a lot better and easier to debug and stuff like that compared to anything I ever could have gotten as a plugin. So, but yeah. You could say I'm like old-fashioned that way, I guess. But I think it's not rejecting new technologies and stuff. It's more just like I want to understand the things better. And so even if maybe technically I might have saved a tiny bit of time getting a plugin for something instead, you know, maybe, but I just think I'd rather spend a tiny bit more time and actually understand how to do it myself. Because then if I come back to it later or something and want to make it better or change it, I can just do it. I don't have to wait for the developers of plugins to like update their stuff, especially with how frequently Godot updates, you know. There's always new stuff. The only thing I have to wait for is Godot Steam. Because, you know, it's Godot Stream. Actually, I think there might be a new update for Godot Steam, like, out. I don't know if it's already out. I think he said he was going to release it tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. What's this? No LLM policy, epic. Let me go look at Blue Sky. What is a wrist check? You get carpal tunnel while I was gone? Sort of. I don't think it's actually carpal tunnel. I started to... My hand got like really painful for a couple weeks. I'm not exactly sure 100% why. I don't know, but it just started to hurt a lot. I got these like little stress balls and stuff, and they've been helping me a lot. So that's what the wrist check is for, is to make me squeeze the ball. I'm always checking here if there's a new Godot Steam update. Let's go check. Man, Godot 4.7. Pretty lovely. Why can I not find Godot Steam? Like what? That was like one word. Is it out? No. It's not out yet. I guess I could load up Stoat. It's kind of frustrating that he moved the whole server over to Stoat. It's so much easier on Discord. Now I have to have an app literally just for Godot Steam, and that's it. It's like, oh man. Restart the app to install the update. But it's fine. I need to post a alert in here. I'll probably do that. I guess I could check the website. I mean, it's just nice to actually know when it's like, because sometimes I see it on here and I don't know if it's like stable yet or not or anything. Yeah, it's still not here. So, and I see sometimes this doesn't always update right away. It's like, it's usually easier just to see in here. Yeah, I should post alert in here, shouldn't I? I guess we will. Should we do it right now? right this moment. I mean, the game's not out yet, but that's fine. I mean, I think it's fine. Oh, there's flock around. Yeah, I've been seeing this game around and stuff. This game really blew up. You just like run around and take photos of birds. Pretty crazy. Pretty simple game. I always look at stuff like this and I'm just like, why didn't I make a game this simple? You know? Yeah, it seems cool. Stoked, yeah. Stoat's not bad. The only thing that's unfortunate, though, is that literally every server ever is on Discord still. So it's kind of like nothing on Stoat for me to be a part of, and so I never use it. Also, the big, like, one of the big major issues I have with Stoat right now is that there's no, like, mobile version. As far as I know, at least when I first got Stoat, maybe there is now. So I can't like get easy notifications and stuff, or when I get a message, and it's just like, yeah, there's no mobile, so it's like, I don't know. Degraded performance. Also, yeah, this is another thing. Stoat like is unstable. I'm not gonna lie. There's constantly issues with Stoat. Like, voice was just down for a long time. Or unless that's... Or voice didn't exist back then. Maybe that's what happened. The API has had degraded performance for over 90 days. So... I hope they work out all those issues with their system. I think eventually, but... I don't think Stoat's ever gonna... surpass Discord. I'm not a big fan of Discord, I'll tell you that much, guys. But I gotta say, Discord has just had so much more time to bake. It does say download for iOS. Did they finally? It's still like a beta though. I just want to get it on my phone. What's great about Discord is somebody sends me a DM, I see it on my phone, I can go reply to it. I don't have to come back to my computer to reply to someone. So it's kind of a huge problem here. And yeah, just like no one's on Stoat. That's the thing. There's like our Discord server has 4 people. Well, technically 6, but one's a bot. And we haven't gotten a message in here since I created the server, so. I don't know. A little frustrating sometimes. Well, let's post Lurd edit here, I suppose. I've been mental fishing game right in, and though Steam has been again. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. Lots of games. I think Starground is in their list now. I need to go double check. Oh god. Oh. Well, that is weird spacing. Good enough. Oh, I should say like if it's released and stuff or not. Working on my incremental fishing game. Learn it. We're doing it. We want to start demo for next fest with full launch on the 17th of July. Boom. Done. I forgot I'm the Tree of Wisdom on here. It's crazy. So if I go to Godot Steam, there's like that list, right? Games. Oh yeah, that's down at here. S games. Starground better be in here, guys. It better be in here. Yeah. I didn't get all these epic links though. I didn't get a Discord link and a website link and I mean, I guess that can be edited by anyone, I think. I think if you just go to like the repo, there's like a section to add in like that. It's stored in the repo, right? Because you can just go here. It's in Codeberg probably. And it's like somewhere around here. Or it's probably in Godot Steam and then Godot Steam Docs. And then I think there's like games or something. Games made. Games. Yeah. And then it's just an MD file. Games S. Yeah. And Starground's in here, I believe. And then you could just add other links here. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could make a pull request and add all the links if I wanted to. Yeah. I don't know. I don't care. Anyways, yeah, I really hope that they update it soon, because Godot 4.7 looks crazy, guys. Looks freaking crazy. You make your website link a Rickroll? That'd be crazy. Oh, man. I guess you could. Look at all this new stuff, guys. First off, Area Light 3D, finally. Now it's like cohesive with Blender. The new asset store stuff. Probably the best feature I've ever seen, ever before. You've got freaking shader previews, line by line. Sorry, just it's cool. So I can go through each line of the shader and see exactly how each line changes visually, how the shader changes. I don't think you guys understand, but this changes everything. I don't think you guys really understand how hard it is to make shaders without previews like this. So I'm extremely excited to make some new shaders with this finally. It's gonna be so much easier, guys. But yeah, new asset store. I guess you can sell stuff on there. Offset transform of control nodes. I guess it allows you to like move stuff without affecting children nodes too, which is really nice. I don't really know exactly what else you can do with these, but I imagine it's going to be very useful. Offset transform pivot. Applies all offset transform properties, otherwise no offset transforms applied and the properties have no effect. I think it's like a CSS thing or something that's like kind of been adapted into the GUI stuff. You can like make it visual only if you want, so it doesn't actually change like bounding boxes and stuff. Basically, yeah, good for animations. I'll have to look into that one more. They have this new thing. It's the drawable texture, which is super freaking cool. You can now just like draw straight onto an object like this. Straight onto a texture. And you can just use it. So that's going to be really cool. I could see so much like UCG stuff, you know, user generated content. UGC, yeah. So yeah, I saw that one. That's probably like my second, or like one of maybe even my most favorite part of this update. Also, they finally have like full-on HDR support and stuff, which is really cool. Oh Oh my god, yeah, guys. Also, this is really neat. You can smooth between CSG nodes, which might make that a really interesting option. I bet Dobbs is going to be happy about that. Because he does a lot of CSG stuff for Paper Robot. There's a vector of measurement tools, very nice to have. 3D vertex snapping. I bet Dobbs is also going to be happy about that since he builds a bunch of environments. There's just new like collision modes on this. You can do conic gradients now, which is neat. Oh, and this, I'm thank God for this, dude. It's so annoying to move nodes in the tree over here because they like, you can't like make them go out to the edge more. So it's just frustrating. But now you can just take a node and just and move it out. It's so much better. So I'm excited for that. This is freaking, thank God. This right here, you can change the images to just be the same size as your font now. You guys have no idea how useful that is. For all the icons I use in the text and lured in, all over the place. They're everywhere. I can get rid of all the stupid code of me having to like dynamically generate the resolutions of the images and like figuring out what size they should be and just say 101 EM and I'm done. So that's so much better. It's like more accessibility stuff. You can do nearest neighbor window scaling now for viewports, which is really nice. So I'm excited for that because it's good for low res stuff. Atlas textures, which are really cool. I had to make my own Atlas texture shader for Starground, so I can just use that texture node now. Just more like 3D editor stuff is always really nice. This stuff will use a monospace, like the signals and stuff in here are nice. You can copy and paste whole sections now, which is super cool because I can just right click and copy all the whole section and just paste it instead of like each individual property. You can fold groups and subgroups in the remote inspector here. There's just so much stuff. The mesh library editor, that's going to be really nice for deadlift and anything that's 3D. Yeah, it's super nice. Because before you had to edit these outside of the scene you're in, and it's just really frustrating. But dude, being able to just click add and just like throw a new mesh in there makes it so much more agile. You don't have to like set up all the scenes and import and create from mesh library, and you just click add and do it. It's so much easier. Grid stuff here, 2D scene painter. You can like paint nodes and scenes in there. Version discrepancy stuff there. You can like filter out nodes better now. Yeah, it's just so cool. This is going to be really convenient, revealing the current script. Just double click the thing at the top. There's like trackball rotation stuff. Very nice for rotating. All the documentation now is going to be automatically generated. There's always that issue where you hover over something and it's like no info provided or whatever. And now it's just automatically generated like the documentation is. So it'll show all of the stuff. Thank God. This is better. Yeah, and this, oh my God, dude. Having a weight and for tweens is going to change the game, guys. Literally. Because normally what you have to do there is you have to like stop the tween and then make a new tween, right? And it's just super frustrating. But being able to just await a specific signal and then it just continues the tween is so freaking nice. Thank God. They got the virtual joysticks now. You can't see it in this video. It's cropped, but there we go. Now you can see it. Ignore controller events when your game is unfocused. That's good. This is interesting. You can like figure out what you can get like your device IDs now and stuff. Better controller support in iOS. Gyro aiming is now in the engine, which is crazy. Also, apparently now everything just runs way better and faster. So By giving each pass their own unique environment uniform memory pool, we can speed up the rendering process. This is going to be very good for Starground, guys. For Luridin, it doesn't matter, but for Starground, it's going to matter. So it should make Starground run a lot faster, because I was really having issues with this. Because I was getting, like, even though the GPU is blazing fast, we were getting like a lot of bottlenecking because of this buffer issue where like you'd see like this massive CPU overhead trying to render in sprites when it shouldn't have been that way. So this is going to be much better. I don't know like the exact technical implementation behind it, but it definitely will speed up the rendering so much more. Clear code is better now. Looks cool. And guys, sorry, but do you remember that stupid annoying issue with the overlay where you can only like rotate particles on like one axis? Yeah, the cheese. Finally, I can fix the cheese, guys. I can make them rotate in whatever direction we want, and we can also even stretch and squash and stuff. Finally. That was always so frustrating. I was like, why is it like this? Why can I only rotate one angle? Also, we even got like foveated rendering. I don't know if I'm ever gonna do VR. But it's cool though. So yeah. Composition, layer improvements. You can set like action sets. I need to explore that. I guess they already existed, but I think they're easier now. You can do picture by picture mode or picture in picture mode. I wonder if you can do that on Windows. I have no idea if that's like that might only be for Mac. And mobile. This is so cursed seeing Godot on mobile. I don't know, man. But you can do it. So customizable splash screens, that's on Android. Tracing, just some other stuff here. Touch support for Wayland, scripting. But yeah, it's crazy, guys. So yeah, anyways. As per usual, it's a freaking epic update, guys, with lots of really cool stuff. I just need traits. Yeah. But man. Green Godot, yeah. Android Godot. Wasn't there a green guy up here? Near the very top. No, he's just like, oh, at the very bottom. Oh, right there. Yeah, it's a little cursed. They're all different colors. Strange. Anyways. So these are all the things that have changed. I don't know if we're going to have a lot of, hopefully not a bunch of, migration issues. So core. Okay, that's nothing. Zip packer. I don't think we're going to have issues with that, but we'll see. So that all seems fine. Request particles process. I don't use that stuff ever. Accessibility stuff like this, I don't think I use any of that. I don't think this really matters here. Add image. I don't think I use those, but we'll have to double check in Starground. I might for the minimap. Tree item, select, set as cursor. I don't think I use any of those either. Ooh, I might use that, like in Starground, but that's pretty easy to fix, and I just move where I'm calling it. There's an optional parameter, so it doesn't matter. That stuff doesn't matter. That stuff doesn't matter. Stuff doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't think any of these matter. Rendering. Now avoids adding the anti-aliasing feather when drawing lines. Okay. default area mask for audio stream players changed from 1 to 0. Okay. Interesting. Blah, blah, blah. Those are very minor problems. See, I mean, everything seems pretty, like, minimal. Change defaults. Those are just changed defaults, so that doesn't matter. Use class name to declare a class and a built-in script for a node. You wouldn't get the error. I'm going to use and force it back. Interesting. They also added an icon for class and class name. Ayo, let's freaking go. All right, heading to sleep now, Woolbed. Sounds good. Thank you for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. But yeah, anyways, Godot, even more epic now. It's very cool to see all the 3D stuff they're doing, you know? Because honestly, I feel like the 2D experience, at least from what I have experienced, is pretty solid, you know? I really don't have any issues ever. Everything is pretty good. So it's nice to see them like really pushing toward making 3D much better for people, because I know that's everybody's like complaint with Godot, and I've done 3D stuff too, and I really don't think the 3D is bad by any means, but it is nice to see that get a lot of attention, because, you know, I am probably going to be looking at doing more 3D stuff in the future, so it's kind of good for me to have 3D get expanded out. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see where things go in the future. Yeah, man, what is Godot 5 gonna have? Like, when are they gonna do Godot 5? Because they've been doing so many 4 versions. You know, they're already to 0.7. Do you think they're gonna go up to like 0.8 and 0.9, or are they just gonna start like working toward V5 at some point? I don't know. I know there's a lot of really big features people have wanted, you know? So, because you can just go look at like the Godot repo. I don't know why I said repo, like with a T, like depot. But you can go to like, what is it, issues, then you can sort by tags, and there's probably like version 5 or something, milestones. I don't really see a V5 milestone, so I guess they're not planning on it soon, at least. You can sort by like stuff that's planned to be added into 4.8 already, so. And there's like a billion things in here. So. I guess they're doing 4.8. Anyways. One thing I wanted to do in here when we call update status and when something's equipped, I want to highlight the whole panel. It's probably not going to be 5 for a long time. Yeah, probably. I bet it's going to be a while. There's no, like, honestly, there's not, like, a huge reason to jump to that immediately, you know? But there is this, so let me check it out. Priorities. Okay, so this is just like stuff eventually that would be good to have. Scene multi-threading, that would be crazy. Multi-threading would be awesome. Enable headless command line support. Optimization throughout the core. Benchmarks. Lots of rendering stuff. Deferred renderer would be so nice. I get really tired of their stupid arbitrary limit on how many light sources you can have, because it's just like flickers in and out all the time. It's stupid. I would very much love to have a deferred renderer. Yeah, ray tracing API would be crazy. Light map, GI. Web GPU backend. Dude, I hope they do that. Because then you can finally get forward plus stuff on the web, which would be so nice. Texture and mesh streaming, that'd be sick. Shader templates. Ooh, you can override built-in shaders. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. They do that. Rendering compositor. I think they already did that, didn't they? Unless they didn't. Yeah, a bunch of stuff in there. Animation stuff. Proof compatibility with Blender is very nice. And imagine being able to like import visual shaders from Blender. That would change everything if they did that. Delays in window creation. Okay. They mean like window, like a window. You said 5 is when there's a change that breaks previous versions. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, there's really no like reason to, you know, jump to 5. There's no reason to. So. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Ugh. We might as well just kind of stay on 4 for now. All right, so what color do we want to do here? I'm going to change the style here for when like a node is selected or an equipment is selected, you know? Yeah, thin bright. I might do thin green. I could also do like one of these variations where it's got like the gold border or something. Yeah, I don't have that, but like a brighter variant, I realize, so I might just start with, oh, I do. I have this one, okay. Panel container 2. Let's try panel container gold, see how we feel about that. Well, yeah, let's try panel container 2. I think that might be a little bit better. I just want it to visually look obvious, like when you've selected something that it's equipped. I think that helps a lot. Now you can just immediately be like, okay, yeah, that's the thing I have equipped, you know? So, cool. Man, this thing really doesn't increase your casting speed. Okay. All right. So what do we want to tackle next? Stop. Yeah, so we could just keep adding in more lures. So we got the agile and shiny done. We could add in a heavy lure to increase the cast range. I don't think cast range matters very much, in my opinion. I don't see what the point of increasing your cast range would be. But I don't know. Maybe. I'll think about whether that would even be worth it. Because I really want people casting further than they can already. I think the problem is like they're going to start casting outside of the camera. And I just don't know if I want to encourage that behavior. You know what I mean? I don't know yet. So we'll see. But maybe. I definitely want to do this one though. The rare lure. I think we could come up with a cooler name than rare. What would attract like exotic fish, you know? Lure for exotic fish. These new budget fishing lures are insane. I don't know why to me, but it's kind of funny seeing like a fishing video be like clickbait, like YouTube, you know? I mean, it makes sense. Of course, there's like probably channels on YouTube that are all about fishing, but I don't know why it's just kind of funny to me. I don't know. It's like seeing like a video about like a trucker, and it's like, these new semi-truck seats will blow your mind. There's something wacky and like ultra obscure and niche. It could just be some kind of like really fancy high-tech lure, right? That would attract the rare fish. I want it to be like super like flashy and like visually interesting. Like I'm thinking we add in some like shiny gold parts. I want it to have like the hair like this. I don't know if rare makes sense because it makes it sound like the lure itself is rare. You know what I mean? So I might change that to be more like a special lure or something like that. What's like another word we could use for that? Like something kind of along the lines of special. More like guess like rare, like precious. All these words are kind of silly. Superb, superlative, fine, incomparable, great, delicate, exquisite. And this is just showing like, well, I guess this is also the same, yeah. Distinguished, distinctive, important. Frog lure. That'd be crazy. Maybe I will do like a frog lure or something eventually, but it like adds a tiny chance to like catch fish from pots, you know? Or something like that. That'd be cool, actually. I'll write that down. Small chance to catch a pot fish. We'll figure that out. It can be kind of fun, like if you don't want to bother having to set up a pot in a specific area and you just kind of want to catch a couple fish from the pot guys, then you could just do that. Yeah, I'll just call it the special lure. I think is fine. So let's go back into the tackle table. Add them at the bottom. And it's going to cost a lot of research. I want it to be something that you really get later on. Increases the chance to catch rarer fish. I say rarer because if I just say rare, that makes it sound like it's only for rare fish, but it also includes stuff like legendary and maybe even eventually on like the mythical fish and stuff. All right. Let's go draw the icon really quick. I'm gonna have to end stream pretty soon, unfortunately. But guys, we got a whole new mechanic done today, so I'm a little bit surprised how quick I got it done. I thought it would have taken a little longer. I thought it would have maybe taken at least 2 days, but it's fine. It's not a problem at all. That's a good thing. So we've kind of solved that already. Boom. So next thing is probably going to be baits. I imagine it's going to be just as easy as this system then, because it's like, it wasn't that hard. And then, yeah, we do need to start tackling like the new aquarium layout and stuff. I really want to approach that. It's big and scary, you know? but also big and scary will make the full game feel more epic than the demo. So it's kind of maybe a good thing to tackle. But let's go ahead and draw our lure. I want it to just be like super wacky and quirky. You know, I really like how like this guy here looks pretty cool. Like one of these. I like having that like sphere at the top, so maybe I'll kind of emulate that. So I'll have the hook be up there. I'll have like the sphere be right there. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And then I want like a little like golden rib thing. I don't know what you would even call this. Something. And then after that is where you finally actually get onto the hook. Something like this. Let's do that. I bet it'd be kind of fun. Like, there's people that make their own hooks and stuff, you know, as like a hobby. You get like all the equipment to do it and stuff, and you get like strings, and it seems like it would honestly be kind of like a fun thing to do. It seems like a pretty like creative, you know, little thing to do. Yo, thank you for the wrist check and posture check. Give me 1 second. Wait, guys, wait. Okay, let's see. Hydrate. Posture check. Wrist check. I can draw with one hand. Takes a little longer to swap my tools out, but that's okay. Then I'm gonna add like little fibers on it and stuff. No! I hate when I accidentally, like, can I lock this palette? Even though I lock it, I just click and then it still adds in a new color. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. It's a little annoying. Oh well. God, doesn't this scrap mechanic music slap, guys? This one song in particular, they just like cooked so hard. All right. Make sure I'm posturing. I really wish they would actually update scrap mechanic. I want to play their like survival mode stuff. I've tried to play it before, but it's just it's frustrating sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. It's like so close to being good, but it's just sort of lacking some content, and my goals feel a little aimless when I'm playing it, which is quite unfortunate because I do like scrap mechanic. I think it's a cool game, honestly. Being able to like make cars and stuff, it's fun, but it's lacking a little bit. I don't know if anybody here has played scrap mechanic or not, but it's a good game in theory, but in practice, it's frustrating sometimes. I make this section more like a purple. Oh yeah. In this, I think I want to have some ribs. I don't know if this makes sense. Yeah, it looks fine. You know, making flies, or not specifically flies. I guess this is sort of like a fly hook, but making these things is an art form, you know, so you can do whatever you want. And then I might do like a, it seems like they always have like a feather attached to them for some reason. So I might do that. And there's always these like, you know, strands of hair that come out. I feel like making this game, like I'm such like a fake fisher, you know? Like I have to look all this stuff up and it's like, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But, oh well. That's how it goes. I mean, at least I've gone fishing before. It's not like I've never been fishing. But... I mean, I guess to be fair, most people that make games don't know anything about the game they're making. So, it's not really a huge problem. I'm pretty sure it's to help simulate fake fish bait is moving. Ah, yeah. Makes sense. Okay, then I'm gonna have some like highlighted strands. I think that looks okay. It'll do the job. Yeah, so it looks yummy to the fishes. Yeah. I'm just looking at all these different tackles or lures. Tackle's like a general term. It's just interesting seeing all the different kinds there are. Like these with the 3 prongs, those are like cheese hooks, you know, and these are more like worm hooks. So I guess this would be I don't know what kind of hook this would have. It's fine. Just keep it as a worm hook. Nah. Alrighty, I think outline time. I do really have a lot of fun drawing these things, you know? Other assets are really time consuming and boring to draw in my opinion, but like little icons and stuff like this, you know, you just have this tiny little contained area and it's almost like a puzzle trying to figure out like, okay, how do I represent the thing that I want to draw? And I only get 32 pixels to do it. I think it's kind of fun. I would love if like this is just what I did for money. Just draw icons all day, you know? Yeah, I think it'd be kind of a fun time. I mean, I used to draw a lot of icons when I did the all my pixel art commission stuff. But the thing is like it would always start off being like, hey, I need this icon or do this for me, and then immediately they would be like, all right, now I need these character animations and I need this and this and this, and it becomes all this stuff that I wasn't really interested in drawing before, you know. I've also gotten some crazy requests before where I'm like, I don't really feel comfortable drawing that. And that's another thing that sucks about commission stuff. You just get a lot of garbage. Let's see. I don't know where any of these songs are from. I think this one is from Deltarune, right? I'm pretty sure. It's funny that I probably know some of these songs in my brain like way better than a lot of Deltarune fans, just because I listen to it so much, but I don't know anything about the game. You're stuck in the most devious ad. Uh-oh. They should be over now. Yeah, ads on Twitch are wild. Welcome back. It's funny, like a lot of the ads I get and stuff on Twitch are like insurance commercials, and like I think it's because they know how old I am. And I'm like the target age group for that kind of stuff. Alright, that looks good there. Okay. Lure complete. Finally, guys, after all these, well, I would say years, but it hasn't even been half of a year. So after all these months, Lured In has lures. I know, it's crazy. All right, special lure is done. Let's go ahead and the research. Little research table. Agile lure. So yeah, this one I want to be worth a lot of research points. Probably like 1,000. Call it special lure. And yeah, I feel like lures are going to be something that you kind of get access to pretty early on, honestly. They're more just like little abilities. They don't feel like something that's like super game breaking in a lot of ways. So I think I'll probably make most of these pretty cheap, and only ones like this that like have a significant impact on your income would actually be like worth more. So increases the chance to catch a fish. All right. So that guy's donezo. Okay, and the thing I want to move is this upgrade for lures. So it's after. What I need to do is put it in between Ascension and the other one that requires this, right? I think it's Pots and Ascension. I want to put it right in between those two. And then let's go copy all these lures and move them. I don't think it matters if those go before, because I think it just waits and checks if it requires, but I might be wrong. I'll put them there just so it's easier to organize. All right. Let's go check it out. Research tree, whoa. See, it moved the research. I might have to move this initial line depending on how many children nodes it has, right? It's hard to say. These two are pretty close to each other. I need these to be pushed out more. Right. So I'm going to give that the icon for the hook. Yeah, they are quite close, so. I don't know what the ordering or how this like works with the ordering is, right? Because I mean, as far as I know, it should do equipment, then it's going to do pots, right? And then lures, and then I don't know what the order is for how these should be in I can try putting it before, but that's how I had it before, and then it was on the bottom. So I don't think that's gonna fix it. I might have to restart the whole game. Yeah, because it doesn't change the table. So I might have to put it in between. Doesn't work, so I might have to put it after those two. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know how this calculates. See, because it's you can see it move a tiny bit. I might just need to give them more time to move. Trying to think how I want to fix this, right? It's complicated. Oh man. And it feels like these aren't going away from this node properly. I think that's the problem I'm having here, where these are supposed to go directly like facing away from this, and it would be fine if it was doing that, but it's not doing it. Where like these are kind of angled upwards somehow, and they're not going toward this one. So I'm trying to understand why it's doing that. I think it's because it places them after this one already adjusted its position in like the tier 1 nodes in here, right? I think that's sort of what's happening. I might set a custom property on these to manually push them away from the other nodes further, just in case like in the tree it kind of looks a little janky. So I may look into that. I mean, theoretically, it should be easy. I just pass in a property in here and just say, you know, go away, push further. And that would probably help kind of address the issue a bit. Or I could do that dynamically depending on the number of children nodes. Just depends on how we want to go about it. All right, so the ordering here is pretty chaotic. I don't know how it works. So... Oh, what'd I put? Okay, wait, no. I need to put Ascension. I didn't realize I didn't put pots behind it. Let's see if this works. Okay, now it's in the middle. So that's what I wanted before, because it's much more organized that way. So I think that looks okay. I still will push it out a little bit further. Yeah, sorry about that. I know it's annoying. So, yeah, let's go into the into these researches for lures. Shut up. And I'm gonna say distance molt is gonna be 1.5. So now if we go into the, I think it's the, it's called world. Yeah. And I kind of specify the distance away that it goes. I think it's right here, distance. Distance is 48 by default. So I want to change what distance is. So just get rid of that. So I'm going to say var distance is 48. Entry, or distance times, it's table, yeah. Dot get distance molt, and default is 1. So now I should be able to just multiply distance by that value. And I think that should work. I hope. So when I generate this new tree, that node now should be 1.5 times further away. And I think it'll help really organize the research tree a little bit more so we don't have these nodes clustering too much. But let's see what happens. Oh yeah. So it works pretty well. The only problem is then these are pretty close to each other because they don't get pushed away from that one anymore. Right? Complicated. Creating a dynamic tree like this, honestly, is difficult. Now I do have this right here where I can choose the initial position. I kind of rotate them around. And so I could just rotate them a tiny bit more. Because I'm saying, let's see, rotated. That's for children nodes. We could just increase that rotation a tiny bit more and see if that fixes the issue at all. Okay, so that didn't do anything. I'm trying to figure out how this works here. So maybe I just need to do way more. Like 0.2. That should be like 10 times more. Whoa. So it somehow snuck past the other node. I am... Also, it's like moving down? Which is extremely strange. I think I realized the issue here is because it's not evenly rotating them. And so you're getting like these weird compounding issues here. So I'm going to calculate angle better. Right? So I don't know how we're going to do it. We must figure it out. Times children nodes dot size. I think first off, we want to say size minus 1. So if it only has one child node, it doesn't rotate it at all. What is going on? So that multiplied it by negative. So we're getting... Let's set angle before we add this node. Because we want to do it based off of the current number of children nodes. So that should be 0. So we say angle rotated to 0. I assume. I think here's my issue right here is I'm getting an angle from the initial position, right? From root, global position, direction 2. Which is a little confusing. I don't want to do it from the root node. I think I want to do it from this one. No. Oh, but that's the problem is because I need to know if it has a root node. It has to be the root node of the root node. This might crash the game. It's possible. But let's see what happens. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Nice. Yeah, that's great. Oh, God. What is going... Okay. So I don't think what I did there is the correct... No. You'd think I'd multiply by size before I do that, but it doesn't seem to... Oh, it did actually work. Okay, interesting. So for some reason, this node is slipping past underneath this other node, which is a little peculiar. But you can see that these ones are evenly spaced properly. The problem, though, I think, is that it's going to be the initial angle on this, right? It's going to be like pushing this. It's a little bit confusing. Because we're getting the... So we're just saying position is distance away from that 0. Rotating that from the direction of our root node, right? And then angling that. See, the problem is we're only doing like a positive angle. I need to kind of like get a negative angle depending on how many nodes there will be, which is kind of a problem because I don't know how I would know that. The way I could do this easier is if I built like a big tree. Like I got all the nodes and then I go through each node and start completing a tree before I generate any of these. But that's kind of the whole thing. So I might just sort of have to guess. I mean, this doesn't look particularly bad or anything. It does work. But I'll probably just have to keep tweaking this stuff a little bit. It's just that this like gets... This goes underneath the other one, right? It's not supposed to happen. So, okay, I'm assuming that if I do this, I'm gonna set... Yeah, keep that large angle, right? It just somehow slips underneath, which I find extremely strange. I don't know how it's doing that. And then there, it doesn't seem to matter somehow. I think it's just a matter of setting a large enough angle here. Like, how large should this angle be, I wonder? So that angle there is too big. It seemed like 0.4 was like a pretty good value. I mean, that's fine. If the lures are up here, I'll probably work on that a little bit more later. I need to like generate these trees in a much better way, you know? Because it's just a little unstable the way they generate right now. I think I could do it much better. I might also set their like distance that they push each other away just to be a little bit larger. And we can do that if we look at tree node. And it's like they have like a range around them. What am I making? I'm working on my game Lured In right now. I'm just kind of fixing some minor issues with the research tree and the way that it kind of like generates itself. So I'm going to increase that distance a little bit larger. I think that'll help. Oh, yeah. So that just kind of keeps everything just a tiny bit more spaced apart from each other. It just keeps these trees nice and readable. So, cool. Yeah, this is much better now. Yeah, it's just a matter of like tweaking those numbers, you know, and shifting things around a tiny bit and all that. I always look like the ascension tree just needs to be rotated a bit more down. Like, you mean like the whole thing needs to rotate like this way? Or like, or are you saying it's good now? It's just because we don't have any other like ascensions to balance it out. I think we'll get those in here eventually. So. Oh, you mean the child tree on the other? Yeah, the child node on the other tree to accommodate the node next to it. Yeah. I think we're good to go, honestly, with this now. I could make this the same distance again, just so it doesn't stick out so much. But then I think we're gonna have issues with these ones, kind of, you know, running into these two. Yeah, but giving more space in between kind of fix it. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're okay now. I think I still have space in here for like one more node attached to the central, you know, starting position. So I'll probably have like another branch that goes off to the left. I don't know exactly what that branch will be yet, but we will see, I suppose. I need to fix this hook icon so it doesn't clip at the top. Might have to adjust the minigame if I do that, but It's fine. Icon hook. See, it's fine on the left and stuff, but I didn't realize how like shifted down this was. You know what? I'm just gonna fix this and move it into a better position, and then rename it as a different thing because it's a little quirky how it was. All right, so that's like nice in the middle. I'm actually gonna call that one icon hook, then rename the one we have in here to like hook asset or something. Now that should update in here. That's better. So I need to go into that one minigame. I believe it is the this one. And then there's the line and the hook here. I need to change that to be hook asset, and that should be fixed now. All right, I think we're at a pretty good spot now. Research tree is looking good. Tons of new research to explore now, which is very epic. So yeah. And you got the special lure. So if we go into our region now and try and equip the special, it does not let us do it. So. Not crazy, right? It's like gold. Oh, I think I accidentally made it so the tackle panel by default is gold. Yeah. Whoopsies. All right, I just need to implement the code for the rare one now, the special whatever guy. I am going to change the way that catching rare fish is set up, I think. Because right now it's a little... feels a little unfair. I think I'm going to almost implement a little bit of a mercy system. So that if you don't catch a rare fish for a really long time, it kind of like, you know, gives you a little bit of a break, and it's like, hey, I'm sorry, guy. Here's a rare fish. Right? Just because I think I don't want people to feel like they're constantly being cheated by the pure randomness of it all. So I think doing that is like a fine way to do that. Then we implement bait. We get achievements added into the game. We get our new like big shop expansions. I mean, things are gonna go crazy, guys. Yeah, we're gonna try and like the ultimate goal right now is to double the amount of content in the game. It's kind of hard to say like what exactly is double. You know, like I guess you could say that double just means more playtime. So in that case, I guess our goal is to aim for whatever, instead of like 4 hours of playtime, like at least 8, you know, for like a solid try through everything. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Cool. Well, yeah. I'll continue working on this stuff, adding in a bunch more lures. I'll probably go ahead and post a sneak peek of the new lure stuff on Discord and just kind of ask anybody for ideas for lures and things like that. And talk about some of the other plans that we have going forward with everything. But I feel like our list is like pretty achievable. I mean, of course, yeah, it's a lot to do. Especially adding in like 4 new zones is kind of insane. That's probably going to be the hardest part. Oh yeah, we do need to keep the changelog moving. I almost forgot. I thought I already had a changelog somewhere in here. Oh yeah, I did. Oopsies. Added lures. Includes 4 types right now. Changes and fixes. I don't think there's much of that right now. I can open up GitHub and see. I need to be better about merging my changes. Fish tank apparently had a changed code. update notifications. Okay. That was a thing I already did. I'll also mention like the adjustments I made to the research table. All right. New researches for unlocking lures. We also did the tackle box menu in the fishing region. Changes. Nothing there. Well, I guess, yeah. Speak to the positioning of nodes inside of the research and ascension trees. Yeah. That's pretty much the only thing we did there. Alrighty, and I'll probably continue to tweak that a little bit more just to... Because, yeah, a funny thing that we have going on right now is the things tend to, like, they're just a little bit quirky. I need to just keep kind of working on it. I would love a way to specifically, like, specify the order of nodes in here. Like, what order should children be added in? And I guess I can sort of do that just based off of their position inside of the tree. At least it seems like it. But, yeah, what I'll probably do, which will make this much more, like, deterministic and easy for me to manage, is loop through every single research that we have in here, or Ascension, they use the same system. Create like a mock-up, like just the links between the trees, you know, so I know how many nodes a specific node has. So like I know how many children nodes this guy has or how many this guy has, you know what I mean? And then I can kind of use that to control their rotations a lot better, because then I can tell them like, okay, you're going this direction, you have 2 children, so the first one should be offset by -45 and the other one should be +45, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I think this is going to give me a lot more control here, because I don't really want these ones to go straight up like this. I think it kind of makes the tree look a little wacky. I'd prefer them to just go out to the side. But yeah, we're going to fix all that stuff. But we're on the right track, I think, so... Just got to keep working away at it. And all those improvements will also apply to the Ascension tree, which is nice. So, but yeah, I think we're on the right track. And then obviously we're going to be adding in a load of new decorations and stuff. One of the things I do actually want to add are swappable walls and floors for aquariums. And I don't just mean the tanks, I mean the entire building. Like you can change your floors and your walls. I thought about doing it where you could like buy them, like place them down in the specific areas you want. And it's cool, don't get me wrong, but scope creep, you know, you got to call it somewhere. So I think a good compromise solution is just making it so you can swap the whole thing. Kind of like having different like sets that you can change between, you know, like themes. So I'll probably be approaching that eventually. And I've got to start planning out all the achievements and getting the icons drawn for those and stuff. That's going to be quite a lot of work. So, but we'll get there. But anyways, I believe that will be it. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming to the stream. Boy. Yeah, sorry that we skipped yesterday's stream. I was just, sleep schedule was not in a good spot. But it's better now. I went to bed pretty early. I was thinking about, like, making a short, you know, to post everywhere, but I was just like, you know, I could, but I decided to just go to bed. It was probably a good decision. So, anyways, let's go raid Off the Rails, because they're streaming. But thank you everybody for coming in. Feel free to wish list, lure it in, play the demo now, join the Discord, and I'll post about all this stuff over there. Dope color name. Oh, it's called Noir. Yeah, that's pretty epic. Let's go start this raid. All right. Thank you, gamers. Yeah, I'm gonna post about all the new stuff on the Discord, and I just want to open up some channels for communication and get some ideas flowing for stuff. You know, if anyone has ideas for lures or bait and stuff like that, because I think something that's interesting is when I add in a new feature like this, there are suggestions that come up that people didn't realize were possible before. You know what I mean? Where like there might be things people think of knowing that lures are now in the game that they would have never otherwise thought of. And so that's why I like to kind of re-ask everybody when I do stuff like this, where it's like, you know, throw any things my way. I don't always get a bunch of responses, but it's fine. Usually polls are a good way to do that, but polls only work if I already know the stuff I want to add. So we kind of don't have that issue with lures because they're so easy to add in right now. That's usually only for like large stuff, like the regions where it's like, all right, we got to figure out what we add. Yeah, feedback is hard. All right, thank you, gamers. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3:30 MDT, and I'll actually be there. I won't fall asleep again. Bye, everybody. Goodbye.